Good morning. I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game to order. It's 9 a.m. This morning we're going to start with public testimony again. And I believe we'll probably get through public testimony sometime today and proceed on with deliberations on the proposals. So with that, the first person on my list today for public testimony is Nicole Schmidt. Thank you. And you're signed up to testify on behalf of the Wildlife Alliance and also on your own behalf, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which are you doing first?
I'll do Alaska Wildlife Alliance.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. Nice to see everyone. My name is Nicole Schmidt. I'm the Executive Director of Alaska Wildlife Alliance. We submitted comments, they're PC 11, on a number of proposals, and I'm happy to talk about more of those or any of our work with ATA. But I wanted to spend the bulk of my time on our proposal, number 145. So our comments are again PC 11. And on page 4 of those comments, you'll see a map. And this map is from a study that demonstrates the 3 remaining landscape scale corridors for north-south migration of wildlife movement in this part of the Kenai Peninsula. And this is about 20% of what has historically been available, mostly, development from Sterling and Soldotna pushing in, and then we have a lot of big lakes and big mountains that restrict wildlife movement. And on page 5, you'll notice that these 3 remaining corridors are bisected by a very busy highway. There's about 1.2 million cars every year on the Sterling Highway. If you average that evenly, that's 2 to 3 cars per minute. So it's a pretty significant barrier for wildlife crossing, and it's dangerous to humans who hit moose with their cars. There's a graph on page 5 that shows that in recent years, there have actually been as many moose killed by vehicles as there have been by hunting. And so in terms of making more moose available, it's a pretty significant issue. And on page 6, you'll see a map of the Cooper Landing bypass. And we really applauded the Forest Service for thinking about this moose issue when they were developing the bypass. And they submitted a letter of support for this proposal. That's PC 343. So they wanted to identify the best locations for wildlife crossings to keep movement north-south. And in 2014, Department of Transportation sponsored a wildlife mitigation study. And the scope of that study was developed in consultation with an interagency wildlife team that had Forest Service, Fish and Wildlife Service, and ADF&G. And it was the results of that study that led to the placement of the wildlife crossings in the new Cooper Landing bypass. And so they decided on 5 wildlife crossings. There will be 4 underpasses and Alaska's first ever wildlife overpass, which is really exciting. This costs about $11 million, and there will be fencing along the highway, so it'll force wildlife through these crossings, which is really good for vehicles and hopefully good for migration. And as we were looking forward to these, we noticed that there was no regulation about hunting or trapping in those crossings, in those underpasses and overpass. And with that fencing, again, it's going to force wildlife through these corridors. And so our proposal is for a 1/4 mile setback from those established wildlife crossings that, again, were established through this interagency wildlife team. We chose a 1/4 mile because it had some precedence as the distance for discharge from a campground. And we thought that was relevant given that this is a really highly populated road, and thought it would give wildlife a chance to cross through and then disperse, but then not be overly burdensome to trappers. We did send this proposal to Alaska Trappers Association in the summer and asking for feedback that we could amend as an RC, and we didn't receive any feedback. So just a little background on how the proposal came to be. And something I've heard in comments or read is that this isn't a big deal right now because the bypass hasn't been constructed yet. But on page 7, you'll see that of our comments, 2 of the underpasses have already been developed. We have photos of those. Those are at Fuller Creek and mile 56.3. And if you drove here, you could even just stop by and see them. Another thing I've heard is that this is kind of an anomaly that other states don't have wildlife crossing setbacks. And I looked into this, and that's because most states already have setbacks from highways. Those states include Nevada, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming. And so they don't have specific wildlife crossing regulations because their regulations already cover their wildlife crossings. And finally, I wanted to say that this proposal is supported by a number of agencies. The Cooper Landing Advisory and Planning Commission submitted a letter of support. That's on PC 59. And that committee is developed through the Borough Planning Department, and they recommend to Borough Planning and the Borough Assembly, when asked, and they've been involved in the Cooper Landing bypass issue from the beginning. Forest Service submitted a letter of support, and then Department of Transportation also supports this proposal. They, I think, had some trouble submitting the letter, so I've been trying to get that to you all. The person is on vacation until Monday, so hopefully we can get that. But DOT was consulted and is supportive of this project. And so I'll probably, instead of rushing into other topics, just leave it at that. But I welcome any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nicole, thanks for the testimony there. Question on the Fuller Lake one. So that one those underpasses fall within the National Wildlife Refuge, right? So there already is a closure in there?
Yeah, so there's part of the highway bisects the National Wildlife Refuge, and I think the reason that this didn't get sorted out between agencies is because, you're correct, the Wildlife Refuge has setbacks, I think it's a mile from public roads. And so when they developed those crossings, they didn't have to think about the hunting and trapping regulations. Some of these crossings go from refuge to state, and state to state land. So it's a little tricky on the land ownership for the rest of the bypass, but it would be state managed.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Additional questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday from the Alaska Trappers Association, we heard that you didn't want your emblem or, associated with the Safe Trails poster, and I was curious why you wouldn't want to be recognized as a, co-sponsor or co-manager or sponsor, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. I'm really happy you asked that question because there's a little bit of context to that. As they mentioned, last summer we got together with ATA and agreed on kind of two basic projects, some trap release seminars. Two of those happened, one in Fairbanks and one in Moose Pass. The Moose Pass one was really supported by the Cooper Landing Safe Trails Committee as well. And then the signing projects. And so we have basically been going back and forth on a draft of what the sign language says. And I think they're hoping, I didn't quite realize this, but their intention was to have just a very, very short sign that says, trappers set away dogs, owners, you're responsible for your dogs. And we were hoping for a little bit of language as to what people could look for side trails and maybe a QR code they could scan to understand how to release their dog. So we've just been going back and forth on some of that language, and they wanted to print the signs immediately so they could get them out. This is just a couple weeks ago before the end of the trapping season. And on this particular issue, I can't put my logo on without my board, and my board meeting is in 2 weeks. And so I just said, I think signs are beneficial. Get the signs out. I don't really care if our logo is on them or not. And then in the summer, we can sort through these little details and have them ready for the 2023-24 season. So the project is by no means dead. I know that's a lot of background, but we're still working with them on that and intend to work on signage. But it was just an unfortunate board meeting schedule, really.
No, I appreciate that, and that's good background.
Yeah.
One other question on when there is, family pets trapped and out on the trail systems, do you guys track or try to find out if they're federally qualified or non-federally qualified trappers?
That's a good question. So Alaska Wildlife Alliance, the reason that we got into this whole issue is because not a lot of recreational groups, with all respect, know that the Board of Game exists. And so they didn't, whenever a dog was trapped, they would just call us, and we were getting all these phone calls. So we tried to create something of a database because there is no consolidated record of these incidents. And so when we get a report on that, we really just try and clarify, make sure it's legit and real. But, you know, traps are not required to be labeled, so who knows whose it is. And we, you know, I try and tell ATA about it. And if there's an incident, I try and guide the folks to contact troopers or, you know, it's not as formalized as I wish we had like an investigative team, but we don't.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, go ahead with your personal testimony.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again for listening to me more. So my name is Nicole Schmidt, and this area of Alaska is really special to me. I grew up clamming, and I set net out in Clam Gulch in high school, and it's with that same skipper who taught me where to hunt in the Caribou Hills for moose, and I handled dogs for him for winter, and it's when we take the dogs out, we'll sometimes just go mushing, but other times check trap lines. And I learned how to release traps from a friend who lives in traps in Kotzebue. And so those relationships and those people, I believe that rural and urban trapping issues are different. And I was moved by a gentleman's testimony yesterday who traps in Kasilof, and he's, you know, far out and making his own trails and talking with his neighbors. And I think that's a really good example of how the Trapper Code of Ethics works well to manage trapping in rural areas, because there's a social fabric, there's a relational fabric between neighbors that makes that work. In urban areas, I think it's different. You don't know everybody, and it's just more densely packed. And I support the proposals for setbacks, and I wouldn't support them if I thought or had any reason to believe that it would change that Kasilof man's experience trapping. I have no interest in setting regulations that would inhibit that kind of practice. As an example, in Homer, there's one of the trails that's listed on that proposal is the McNeil Ski Trails. And when you drive there, there's an entrance at the McNeil Elementary School. If you don't have a dog, you park in the elementary school parking lot just as you would if you were picking up or dropping off your kid. If you have a dog, because they didn't want dogs mingling in the parking lot, there's a special parking lot for people with dogs. It's called the dog lot. It's permanent and it's signed. And there's signs that say control your dog, 1 dog per skier, take care of it. I mean, there are structures in place to kind of incentivize or at least accommodate people who are skiing with their dogs, and those trails are permanent. And those trails, 3 dogs have been caught on the McNeil Elementary School trails, and that was reported by McNeil Elementary School staff. And I just think, you know, this isn't about trapping or not trapping, it's just about, like, that situation is much different than rural trapping. And I think we're at a place where I hope we can see that and work with that. And I think that the proposals are a good faith effort of communities coming to you and asking to treat these very specific areas just a little bit differently. You know, the Summit Recreation Area is another example. Not all mountains are the same. Summit Recreation Area has the Manitoba huts. Those are 5 huts that are managed by Alaska Huts Association. And they're packed. They have huts that are available for dogs because it's so busy. So that area is just different than an area across the highway down the road. And I think that we can treat that with nuance to allow both, you know, rural and urban trapping to happen, just with a little bit different regulations. On other topics, I was really moved by the testimony about the Nelchina herd yesterday. And I think particularly the notion of managing to the absolute extent of maximum sustained yield when there's all these changes coming, and I'm very concerned about that herd. So I know that's a big decision for you all, but I hope you take those testimonies to heart. I also support some kind of action on the Homer sea duck issue, and maybe if there's a way for the agency to explore that sea duck management plan that was offered yesterday. And then finally, I support Proposal 75, that a wounded bear to count towards your limit in Unit 8. that mirrors some recommendations from the Kodiak Advisory Committee, and I think that's a good regulation. And I support Proposal 127 to extend the TM 549 hunt for folks in Nanwalek and Port Grant.
Thank you. Questions from Ryan has a question first. We'll let him go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Nicole. It's good to see you again. Thanks for being here. I'm just curious on the Kachemak Bay Sea Duck proposals. Have you had a chance to look at the Pacific Flyway Council data on the website? Get a little bit of a lot of these things come down to scale and how we actually manage. It's a big scale because they move. But if you haven't, I would encourage you to take a look at what those species populations are doing across the flyway instead of focusing on, a really small spot.
Yeah, and I that's a good point. It's a hard thing to study, and for you all, a hard thing to manage. A hard thing to manage because scale is so different. But perhaps there could be ways to reduce waste through methods and means or something like that. And for a management plan, how the state, plans to deal with their portion of that flyway would be interesting.
Doug?
Yeah, I want to thank you for your efforts to trying to find some solutions to trapping. You're right, there's different issues in rural Alaska than there are in some of our urban areas, but, I applaud your efforts to try to get people together to talk through these issues, because clearly the issues aren't going away and they're becoming more controversial, so thank you for your efforts.
Thank you.
So, Nicole, you said there's a difference between urban trapping and rural trapping, and I struggle with how do we, as a board, define regulations that separate urban from rural trapping, because finding each trail and trying to have a specific regulation for it is difficult. It would be nice if there was a way to really define, okay, so, whether we could use the subsistence and non-subsistence areas that the Board of Game and Board of Fish have already established, or some other means that makes it so there's guidance here.
Yeah.
And we may ask you to work with a subcommittee of the board to work on something that would allow us to have a policy on a statewide basis. So.
Yeah, I don't envy your position. I'm trying to work through this. When we submitted the proposal for the Mat-Su area, our definition that we tried to use was from the Comprehensive Trails Management Plan. Those were community by community based, housed, I think, with Department of Recreation. And that did not work, as we've noted. And then there's, communities going and kind of requesting these special areas. I mean, your own definition could be something that is maintained for multi-use, as multiple users. And I would be curious to because the board has passed setback regulations in Juneau that have been in place for decades and seem to be working, and how troopers are out monitoring those, and so there's, maybe we don't have to quite reinvent the wheel. And I do think that the areas that these folks submitted I do think it was their best effort to try and narrow down what trails are specific. And I think the Cooper Landing committee submitted an RC that allowed for box sets, elevated, submerged, basically taking the language from last year's negotiation to make it more amiable. So, yeah, and I don't know if it's something that can be formulated or if it's just community by community, but I do hope that you all take it to heart that, they really are trying to find a reasonable spot.
Okay, well, I commend you for your efforts, and thank you for your testimony. Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Nicole. What I'm having a hard time wrapping my brain around or going one way or the other is we don't know how many federally qualified people are trapping versus how many non-federally qualified. So potentially if you passed a regulation of 100-yard setback, would it be effective? Because I would believe that there's probably more federally qualified people trapping in an area that wouldn't be affected by the state regulation versus the non-federally qualified people that are participating.
It's so hard to know. I mean, Cooper Landing trappers are federally qualified, so I think it's safe to assume there. I think one of the problems, and I've talked with ATA about this too, is that these areas that are on the road system, I do honestly feel bad because sometimes when I reach out about an incident that's being, a dog's being trapped, most of the time it's someone who has no freaking clue what they're doing, and they just go to Bass Pro, buy a 330, and put it like on a pullout or just right off a trail. They're probably not members of ATA because Alaska Trappers Association is full of like real trappers who know what they're doing. And so, but without labeling, there's no way for anyone to know. So I think there would be an intention to mirror, and I'm not the author of these proposals, but I imagine there would be an intention to take, if these proposals passed, those to the Federal Subsistence Board to get, closures in those areas for federally qualified users as well. And I think that would be more relevant for the Cooper Landing context than the Homer context, which is, I don't believe would have as many federally qualified users. So, but yeah, it's a hard question to know until we have labeling or some kind of marking.
Thank you. One more. Through public testimony for the last day or so, I heard a lot about people coming up and said, trappers should compromise, or this is a compromise. And I'm wondering, the trappers, if passed, would be compromising by setting sets back 100 yards potentially. What's the other side compromising on?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, so not all of these trails were trapper originating trails. Some of them were built by ski groups, and so I think they feel some level of ownership of them, and many of them are maintained by ski groups, the skiing specific trails. And I think that when something is designated for multi-use, there's some sort of obligation to protect multiple use. And trapping is just, I think it's always going to be a little bit on a special case, because if I ski off the trail, it doesn't necessarily hurt somebody. A loaded trap is just more lethal than other practices. It's a consumptive recreational practice. And so it's hard to treat it the same as fat biking or skiing. But I think that it's just a sign of the times that some of these really highly populated areas are facing these issues. And honestly, the trappers that I know and have gone out with are already setting really far out. They wouldn't be affected by this. And I've talked to the ones that I know down in Clam Gulch and in Homer, and they were like, it doesn't matter. But so hopefully it would only impact those who are in these really high use areas. I don't know that answered the question, but I tried.
I'm just wondering how much you would encourage in the enforcement of the leash laws, and not people's interpretation of what those leash laws are, but what they actually are.
Yeah, so leash laws are tricky too, because not all leash laws require like a tethered, fibrous leash. It's voice and sight control. And I mean, I work for a wildlife organization, so I am 100% supportive of dogs being in control so they don't impact wildlife. Absolutely, and I think that's your responsibility. I think if your dog goes outside of a negotiated buffer zone for trapping or a non-trap area, I mean, that's your responsibility. And I mean, speaking from my experience, hopefully when I'm skiing, I'm going kind of fast. And so my dog is really just trotting beside me. But I still have him on a shock collar just in case he gets any funny business. And yeah, it's absolutely dog owners' responsibility to keep their dogs under control for wildlife, for other people, and I think having some, more education about their responsibilities, trappers' responsibilities, it would be good.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions from board members? Not, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Next on our list is Alex Hedman.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, department representatives, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on several of the proposals that have been put forth this year. My name is Alex Hedman. I'm a resident of Eagle River, and I'm here today on behalf of and representing the Alaskan Bowhunters Association. Our legislative Vice President Mike Harris is unable to attend. He's off doing some cold weather military training, but he sends his regards. We'd like to comment on 16 proposals, 15 that we support, and one that we oppose. I will start with our opposition. Proposal 82, ABA strongly opposes this proposal as it would extend the rifle hunting area into what is currently a bow-only sheep draw hunt. We believe that introducing or expanding rifle hunting into this bow-only area will increase overall hunting pressure and decrease hunting opportunities for bow hunters. This area represents one of only 2 in the state that are available to sheep draw bow hunting. They are also one of the few relatively easily accessible hunting opportunities for sheep that hunters could get to basically with the power of their own 2 feet. They don't need to fly in for this hunt. That's why I think a lot of folks really like the Chugach range. There are several unrestricted weapons areas for sheep, far more than for archery. We ask the board to reject Proposal 82 as it will further diminish the already limited areas available to bow-only sheep hunting. Move on to the proposals that the ABA supports. 71, 72. These are to create the elk archery hunt on Raspberry and Afognak Island. Department had no issues with these. We'd like your support on them. 91, 92, these would be to introduce archery tackle to Jay Bear and McHugh Creek for the black bear hunt. They loosely tie to 99 and 100, which would be the introduction of a archery black bear hunt, archery brown bear hunt in Jay Bear and McHugh. On the topic of Jay Bear, we are aware that Colonel Wilson and the 673rd Air Base Wing put out their opposition to any sort of archery tackle for any kind of bear on Jay Bear because they believe it'll result in increased wounding, lost animals, and potential dangers to soldiers and airmen that are out there training on the base. We believe this is a false perception, not backed by data. Archery tackle is extremely efficient. A disciplined hunter who understands the limitations, capabilities, and maximum effective range of their hunting gear, and who takes only ethical shots on game animals has a high chance of success regardless of the weapon chosen. It's not the archery tackle that's the issue here. It's the hunter's decision making. We also feel that for Alaska bow hunters, they are all required to do an in-depth qualifier course to include a field day. And then for any bow hunters on Jay Bear, which right now would only be for moose, they do an additional qualifier. So if Jay Bear in the future were to change their mind, the commander changes over in 2 or 3 years, ABA would be more than willing to work with that base commander to help, unite those 2 courses. So if they're already getting a bow hunting course for moose, why not make it for bear as well? So we ask you to take that into consideration that, this commander is in place for 2 to 3 years. Maybe the next commander is a bow hunter and has a different perception on the topic. Proposal 101 and 140 extend the brown bear season down on 14C and here on the Kenai RB 300. While these are archery specific extensions, we have no opposition to any unrestricted weapons extension here on either of those regions. So we would support any unrestricted extension, but 101 and 140 are specific to archery. 119, 124 are the early moose on the Kenai in area 7 and 15C remainder. We feel that these would serve to mirror the existing moose opportunities in adjacent areas and are supportive of them. And then lastly, there's a group 110, 111, 112, and 113, which are all to create sheep hunting opportunities on the Kenai. We understand you know, that those would be full curl only, and if they're, what we found was a little unusual. We saw that the department was neutral on 110, 111, and then opposed to 112, 113. In the eyes of ABA, these are all very similar proposals as far as introducing a new sheep-only hunt. So I'll leave it at that.
Looks like you timed yourself very, very well. You got to the last one. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one, and thank you, Alex, for filling in. How much, I'm an avid bow hunter, hunt the Fairbanks Management Area and the Hall Road corridor. And when I participate in these archery-only areas, I find much more competition and ruined hunts by other archers than I ever do when I'm in the rifle area and hunting. You know, I've never had anybody shoot over my head or really scare any of my game away, but when I'm in the archery-only areas, it's brutal. I've, you know, lost many attempts on game because other people from the road, you know, getting out of their vehicles and not seeing you, and I was wondering if you have the same experiences.
I'm very quiet and move around. I'm just kidding there. A little bit, right? Eklutna, I think Eklutna Lake, when you go up to do the moose hunt, we know that opens up and it closes after, we'll just say 3 to 5 animals, whatever the closing is. And absolutely, there's a lot of bow hunters up there. I think that's also case in point that for 82, you know, if we further reduce the archery-only area for those sheep hunts, we're going to see those bow hunters, the lucky few that actually get the draw tag, are just going to be closer and closer together. So, concur.
Any additional questions? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks a bunch for that testimony, and you did a great job filling in for Mike. So there's a proposal 203 that you know, suggested a hunt in Kincaid Park, and it was talking about, you know, shotgun only. There's been some comments about you know, the proximity to buildings or anything. Did you guys have any sort of discussion about maybe supporting that proposal but amending it to archery only?
So it wasn't one that we specifically brought up. Mike and I have talked about that, and I think it is something we'd like to bring back to the, you know, to our directors and have a follow-on discussion. But, I mean, obviously, we are aware that several other states, you know, I came out, I'm in the military as well, and did some time in D.C. They have an urban hunt there where you're hunting on 3 acres in somebody's backyard, but it's archery. You're not only doing the state qualifier, you're doing an additional urban hunter qualifier. So I think something like that, some sort of footprint here in, you know, Kincaid would serve well.
What are your thoughts about adding archery to that?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I know there was an issue with a Anchorage archery hunt years ago where I would not say those were bow hunters. They were people that were able to go and buy a bow and then hunt with the bow. But a true archer, a true bow hunter, takes their craft seriously. I think it was a fantastic idea that the state implemented the, you know, the requirement to do the online course followed by the one-day academics and then the one-day field qualifier. So I see no issue adding archery to that. Thank you.
Hey, thanks a bunch, Alex.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony. Next is Mike Crawford with the Kenai Soldotna AC.
Good morning. Great to see you all here again on a beautiful Sunday morning in Soldotna, the big town of. My name is Mike Crawford. I live in Soldotna, or just outside of it. I represent the Kenai Soldotna AC, where I'm currently the chairman of that. Our AC is quite a diverse group. We've got unique makeup assigned by user groups. In the past, there's been issue with fishing on our AC, so we limit our AC makeup to 3 commercial fishermen and 3 fishing guides. And if you're a fishing guide or a commercial fisherman, you cannot sit in any other seat but those seats. But we have a trapper seat, a hunter seat, a subsistence seat, a personal use seat, and several large seats to fill out the AC, on top of the 3 commercial fishermen seats and then the 3 sport fishing guides. So even if you're a hunter, trapper, but you've got a fishing guide license, you're not allowed to sit in those hunter, trapper seats. You have to sit in a fishing guide seat. So makes for a diverse group and some good conversation at times. We've met several times over the Board of Game proposals that are in front of you today, or this week. And you've got our comments on our on-time comments. Just a few of the things that we talked about. I'll just go over a few of the proposals. For the most part, we were against changing anything that was overburdensome or seemed like it was not needed. Let's keep things as simple as we can. You know, our fishing regulations here on the Kenai are very difficult. You need a lawyer or the Supreme Court even to figure out what's legal and what's not. Luckily, hunting, maybe you get away with a paralegal with you, but let's keep it as simple as we can. On Proposal 55 that would reduce cow tags across the region, we felt that there was no biological reason to do a blanket closure or blanket restriction. We think Fish and Game has got the ability to make those decisions with EOs and tag allotments, and that needs to be kept to Fish and Game decisions with the biologist if there's a harvestable surplus and we need to reduce numbers of moose in certain areas, and then cow tags are a responsible thing to do. 56 would prohibit taking big game from a boat in units 6, 7, and 15. There was quite a bit of discussion on this. We were against this proposal. It was too big of a blanket deal. It was brought up that many areas in Unit 6, 6D, for example, Prince William Sound, you're not allowed to harvest a black bear from a boat. We believe that that was put in place more of a restriction because the number of black bears taken in Unit 6 was increasing, and there was a beginning of a conservation concern there. And today, I believe Unit 6D is one of the most restrictive black bear areas in the state, still to this day. And that's the only place that we currently have this restriction in these 3 units. 57, allow dogs to track and retrieve fur animals. This seemed like a no-brainer to us. If we've got an injured or missing animal, let's go find it with any means. 58 would require goat education. Amend to require all goat hunters to take the online course that Fish and Game already offers. We think that should probably be a statewide issue and should include all goat hunters so they can tell the difference between a male and a female. I've taken that course. It covers some basics. I learned something about mountain goats I didn't know. And well, it's not going to be perfect in every time. There will be some mistakes. And but for the most part, I think a hunter that takes his time can tell the difference between a male and a nanny. Number 106, this is a controversial proposal here. This is on right here on Caribou Hills. It involves the ATV issue. This was put in years ago to try to reduce congestion, traffic, maybe make it a better hunting experience. And the number one thing you'll hear over and over for years as well, everybody says they're bear hunting or they're ptarmigan hunting or they're, you know, picking berries or looking for mushrooms, even though they're carrying their .338 looking for a moose. So currently, we've got a 25-day season in Caribou Hills. 8 of those days are closed to ATV use or off-road vehicle use. We've got many cabin owners there. I'm one of them. And if you're going to go moose hunting, you could go into your cabin or go into your campsite on an open day. But once that closure starts, you're not using your ATV for 4 days, and that's helped out with a lot of the congestion and problems with. Well, I was calling a bull, and here comes a guy in an ATV. So it's a difficult position to be in because there's probably some abuse. Maybe needs a little more law enforcement, but it's a big issue down here. But the AC decided to go against changing the regs and wanted to keep it where we're at. 108, 109 would make sheep hunts a registration or close all sheep hunting on the Kenai. We felt that the full curl regulations in place were a good management strategy. Full curl or 8 years old sheep, that's we're looking at a sheep towards the end of his life. Many of you are better sheep hunters than I am, but we have several sheep hunters on the AC, and you know, we know a sheep's gonna die. 10 years old is getting pretty old for a sheep. So let's take them out at the end of their life cycle, and we feel that's a valid hunting strategy, a valid management strategy, and that's going to apply to other places across the state. And when we have opportunity, let's take advantage of that opportunity. As long as we've got a healthy population, even if it may be declining in some areas, the full curl strategy is a solid management strategy. Numbers 110, 111, 112, and 113, while many of us, including myself, are archery hunters, we were against these proposals because it was restricting hunters that already are participating in those hunts. So we don't want to take away from people that don't want, whatever their reason not to be an archery hunter, whether it's a physical limitation, a time limitation. We didn't want to take away from that. So if it's an open hunting season, I could grab my bow or my rifle or my shotgun and go hunting. If I choose to use my bow, that's fine. I just got a brand new one 3 days ago. So, we're not against archery hunting, but it was the exclusion of other hunters with other methods and means that we were worried about. Number 114 would change the registration goat 331 to archery only. Again, you're going to disenfranchise hunters that use a rifle or other means. You certainly can get RG 331 and use your bow. It's a limited hunt anyways. So there's opportunity there to use your archery equipment if you so choose. 115 would divide the goat hunts in 15C to 2 seasons. We're still looking at the same amount of, potentially the same amount of effort or maybe less effort, because now that's not the period of time off you got from work when you get picked there. So having that longer season gives you more opportunity to actually go out and take advantage of getting that fantastic draw tag. Number 116, we voted against this to give the 5-year penalty on the nanny, but we need to work on education so people take less nannies. We know that it's in the management strategy on goats that a certain percentage will be nannies, and we know that's built into the tag allocation, or we believe it is. And we certainly want people to refrain from shooting nannies in most cases. That might be better if it's a statewide issue, not necessarily a local issue too. 118, this is a big one here. Wanted to add the fork to our moose hunt here. Right now we are spike 53 brow tine, and it seems like the biggest problems we have is when we've changed our regulations. We used to be spike fork 50, 3 brow tine, then we went to spike 54 brow tine. I believe that's when we lost the fork, and there was a whole lot of fork shot because people they're not following the regulations as well as many. So there was a lot of problems with that. So I think people know where we're at with our regulations. Our moose populations in 15C are great. Hopefully 15A and B recover rapidly with the recent fires. And maybe the time to add a fork is coming, but we didn't feel like it was now. 119, archery only season in Unit 7. We voted against that. We just felt that there's not a lot of moose in Unit 7. And for the most part, we realize that a spike or even a 50-inch or 3 brow tine bull anywhere on the peninsula that's anywhere near easy access If he doesn't get harvested in the archery season, well, he certainly would get harvested in the rifle season. So again, you can still use your bow in Unit 7 when the harvest ticket season opens, and that way we're not taken away from other opportunities. 121, we wanted to make an amendment here. This was the one that we were for an archery season extension, and we wanted all of 15 to become have that early archery season as there is in 15A and 15B. So we were for that, but we wanted to make it all, just don't add 15C, just make all 15A, B, and C the same season, and people would be able to understand that just fine. And then obviously follow whatever regulations we have in the regular season as far as resident, non-resident, brow tine restrictions, spike, fork, 50-inch, whatever we want to do there, whatever's in the regular season, transfer that to the archery-only season that's before the harvest ticket season in September. 127 would extend the deer hunt down on the lower end of the peninsula. They're looking at a very small harvest of moose, 2 moose, 3 moose at a big season. They just needed a little more time to get a couple moose, and we were supportive of that. We're not looking at a large number of moose. There's not a lot of moose down there. This is beyond Homer. These people really are living a subsistence lifestyle. You can't go to the grocery store every day you want, even though if you have a boat or an airplane because of weather. I don't think a boat ride today from Nan Wallach to Homer is very, very fun or safe. 128 would reauthorize the antlerless moose season in 15C. We were supportive of that. And then 129 would expand the cow hunt in 15C. We were against that. We felt that was in place to take care of a lot of moose in town, and we felt Fish and Game had the ability to expand that as needed with the number of tags available, not necessarily expand the area. 130, renew the intensive management in 15C. We were very supportive of this. Intensive management is more than just predator management. It also includes harvest goals and habitat enhancement. So that's all part of that intensive management plan, and we'd like to see that continue. With all our federal lands here on the Kenai Peninsula, predator management is difficult at best, but where we can do that in places, that's great. We're supportive of that, but also the other harvest goals and then the habitat work hopefully to be done through intensive management is a positive. 131, reauthorize the Callaghan antlerless hunt. Absolutely, we were for that. 132, amend to remove antler sealing on any bull tags on the Kenai Peninsula. So that tag was to get rid of the Callaghan hunt where it was any moose, where you don't have to get your bull or cow sealed. I don't know how you seal a cow, but extend that out to and cover if you have any bull tag on the Kenai, which there are a few, that you would require sealing on, or no sealing on that. 133 would prohibit black bears from boat in 15C. We discussed that already pretty much. If you could get around there, it's usually, you can see bears from the beach. You get up on the beach, you go after them. It's hard to shoot a bear from a rocking boat. You figure that out pretty quick. Most of you guys, I think, probably already know that it's best to get out of the boat to hunt. So, but having a rule on that, we just felt that we were not supportive of that. 136 would extend the brown bear season to June 15th. We were very supportive of this. This is going to apply mostly to, a lot to the bear baiters. They have plenty of time to observe these bears. The main objection to these hunts would be, is it going to take away from the fall season? But we have a quota of how many bears we're allowed to take a year, and it's a 3-year rotating system, and I think you'll hear more about that when the department gets its positions. But whether we shoot a bear in the fall or in the spring, we didn't feel there was a issue there. So we were fine with extending that season. It gives a little more opportunity to the bear baiter. Mostly, it's not just bear baiting, but that spring season. We were against the archery-only extension to brown bear on 140 to start it early. We felt the current season was just fine. 141 and 142 would start bear baiting season early, that on April 1st instead of April 15th. We didn't agree with that. On 140, that was a archery-only extension of the brown bear. Again, taking away opportunity from all hunters, just going to a one-user group. We didn't like that. I can't believe we're out of time already.
Thank you. Are there any other proposals that were particularly important to your group that you'd like to?
The trapping proposals, we were against all the trapping proposals that were restrictive to trapping. We've got a history of dealing with the wildlife refuge down here, which is very restrictive on trapping. And that extended between issues with enforcement and understanding regulations, and then just how we felt that they were coming from a anti-trapping view, not a pro-trapping view, that's for sure. And then the duck hunting issues down in Homer. Many of us are duck hunters. We actually had the duck manager, I guess that's, sorry. We had him come, he actually was on the phone with us. He talked about harvest levels and population estimates on the sea ducks. And most of the sea duck populations were steady or slightly increasing. And we felt that additional restrictions on the sea ducks were not required at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from board members? I see the commissioner has it. Go
Hey,
ahead.
Mike, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good. Hey, did you guys, you opposed all the trapping proposals, but did you have any discussion about how to resolve some of these user conflicts and what's a pathway forward in some of the more controversial trail issues?
You know, me personally, I'm the past president of Alaska Trappers Association here on the Kenai Peninsula. Many times I met with many of the groups up in Cooper Landing at the time. We talked about signage and trap tags. We've talked about numerous things. And some of these ideas were good ideas and certainly worth talking about, but we also have the history of having, you know, when we do put up a trap sign, now all of a sudden my traps are stolen. You know, I've got an issue where law enforcement was involved where someone stole my wolf and my trap, you know, and he was prosecuted. Alaska State Troopers actually followed up on that, but he was caught red-handed. But most of the time you're not. You're just going out and you're Alaska number 9, which is about $160 plus chain, plus welding, plus all the time you put into it, it's gone. And then when people know that you've got traps there with trap signage, these are just some of the issues against having signs out, because people, you know, they take it upon themselves to go destroy your trap set, steal your traps, steal your snares. Then, oh, by the way, my trap tag is on that trap. Now, where's that trap going to be set to make me look bad? So these are some of the issues that we were concerned with at that. Just not and closing down trapping on trail systems that many of those trails were designed or built by or started by, whether it was a miner or a trapper. Trapping's got a long history on these trails. So just giving up these areas. The setback issue, where does that 100-yard start? Does it start at the center of the trail, the edge of the trail? Where is the edge of the trail? Is the edge of the trail where the guy went over here with a snow machine to get around a mud puddle early in the season? Where's that 100-yard start? And what if I didn't know about this other trail over here and I'm within 100 yards of that? And then every one of us, I'm a dog owner, and we all know that 100 yards happens with a dog very quickly. Is 100 yards far enough? So when they trap a dog at 150 yards, is that going to be the issue? Now we're going to look for a quarter mile, a half a mile setback. And it's interesting to note that already on the Kenai, the Ski Lac Wildlife Area is a no trapping zone, not far from Cooper Landing. And then anywhere on the wildlife refuge on our road system, you've got a mile buffer on both sides of the road where you've got no trapping that's in danger to a dog. So we've already got a lot of land closed to trapping.
So Mike, you know, obviously the AC's got a lot of valuable experience in dealing with these issues. Have you guys ever set aside some time, just not talking about what fish proposals or wildlife proposals, just to talk about an issue like trapping and pathways forward?
We spent almost a whole evening this year just on these trap proposals, and there's been years of discussion on many of the issues with the refuge and the trap tags and enforcement, and we've yet to come up with a perfect plan, something that doesn't involve, as a trapper, if some of these rules, all of a sudden, it's cost me a lot of money when they steal my traps. Over the years, I don't have a lot of traps stolen, but I'm in a pretty remote area, but I still have traps stolen. You know, the only dog I've ever caught was a mushing dog that got loose. But the Fish and Wildlife not trooper, but ranger, the guy from the refuge, shot the dog in the trap, you know, for me to find. So it's, there's not a perfect answer here. It's a conundrum. We're damned if we do, damned if we don't. You know, my trap line is where CV runs his dog sled team. I've never caught one of his dogs because I'm aware of where his dogs are going to go. Now, at the same time, not trying to discredit him, but he doesn't want to work with me on where, because there's been times when he's camped right by one of my sets. Hey, give me a mile-long area where you're going to camp in. Well, he doesn't want to be restricted to that, so, because I won't put any traps there. So working with some of these non-trapping groups has been problematic at the best for many of us.
Thanks, Mike.
James?
Yeah, thank you. Mike, I know you, the AC supported Proposal 57 going back, and that's basically the recovery of fur animals using a dog. During deliberations, was there any discussion or concerns from folks that wanted to have the dogs physically on a leash in pursuit of recovery? Did anybody bring that up during deliberations at all? And do you think, it's probably hypothetical, was it ever discussed to perhaps amend that to add that leash portion to it? Thanks.
I don't remember that discussion, but I don't think we would have been opposed to that either.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mike. It's always good seeing you. Thank you for your long service with the AC. You're a valuable
About
asset to
18
your
years, I
community.
think. Huh? I think about 18 years.
Yeah, thank you. Proposal 74, which was the bone-in on Unit 8, did you guys discuss that at all?
We did not.
Okay. And Unit 160, Proposal 116, which was, regulating nanny take, and did you guys discuss potentially just going to Billy's only and not having this regulatory layer that would seem unnecessary, because we have many hunts, big game animal hunts that are, bull or male, take only?
We discussed that quite a bit. We felt that, obviously, we think it's pretty easy to tell a male moose or a male deer or even a male caribou, even though there's antlers on both, from each other. Where with bears and goats, they were much harder to, for maybe the highly experienced goat hunter, it's not a problem telling the difference between a goat, a male or a nanny. So, while we certainly like the idea of just harvesting billy goats, not nanny goats, that's a good idea, but we just felt that you're gonna end up with a ticket, somebody's gonna lose their trophy, their meat, over an honest mistake. We were for mandatory goat education. Fish and Game already has that available online. That's a valuable tool. We could always look at improving things. But I certainly know how a male and a female goat are a little bit easier after watching that video. So,
I mean, male and female bison sometimes are hard to tell apart, especially, juvenile males versus, older cows, and it seems to work.
Yeah, my son drew the Delta bison tag 2 years ago, and luckily we had some infield education on the differences, and it was difficult to tell a big female from especially a medium-sized bull. But when we did see the big bull, it was time to go, no doubt about it, so.
Just one more. Since you've been a long-time resident down here and part of the Trappers Association and the AC, do you have an idea of how many non-federally qualified people travel into the area to trap?
I wouldn't say that I don't think people are coming from Fairbanks or north, some other, I don't think that's a big crowd. I know that there's probably somebody, because maybe they have a recreational cabin or a second home down here, and maybe they're doing some of that, and they're a federally qualified user that way. But I think most of the trapping done by federally qualified users are residents of the Kenai Peninsula, and luckily they're in the right zip code to qualify for that access to our wildlife.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Go ahead,
I have one last question. Regarding Nelchina caribou, I know a lot of people down in the Kenai Peninsula travel up to Nelchina area to harvest the caribou. Did you guys have any thoughts on going to a tier 2 hunt structure, and some of the questions or some of the comments we received at this board meeting regarding a potential moratoria on Nelchina caribou?
That is the proverbial third rail. We don't touch that thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think maybe we'll just leave the third rail alone for now. And again, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize, it wasn't fast enough to get to the duck stuff. That was very important to us, and I think you're going to hear from the duck biologist. I actually know his name. He's sitting behind me, Jason. He's going to tell you all about it and why have a restriction when there's not a biological reason. So that's the big issue with the duck stuff.
Okay, thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Next on our list is Dave Hilty. Turn your mic on. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman of the Board and members of the Board. My name is David Hilty. I'm a Kodiak resident. First off, I'd like to thank our local Kodiak game management team, Nate Sloboda and Bill Dunker, for doing an excellent job at managing the elk on Afognak. I oppose 209, and I represent many of the local hunters in Kodiak. I'm a commercial pilot in Kodiak. On occasion, I help the department do elk surveys, elk counts, and I contribute a lot of information on my own, photographs of elk herds, donate to the department information for management. I've flown around Kodiak for 40 years. I'm familiar with the logging practices that I've seen on Afognak, and also the seasonal elk migrations. I'd like to start out by giving you a little bit of history of what I have seen as far as logging and habitat have been on Kodiak. I believe it was back in the 70s they started logging on Afognak, private land. And it started in Danger Bay and expanded out from there. Many roads, dirt roads, logging roads, spur roads, things of that nature. Clear-cut logging expanded from Danger Bay throughout all the private lands. So that's been a good business for Afognak and Uzinki, or whoever owns the lands, I'm not exactly sure. That still progresses to this day in certain areas of Afognak. in the late 90s, after the Exxon Valdez oil spill, there was a trust fund established to buy lands and do other various things. The landowners on Afognak have been beneficiaries of that. In my internet search, I estimate that over 250,000 acres have been sold or given into conservation easements in various parts of Afognak to the tune of, in my estimation, over $300 million. That's good business, good for Afognak. With that, I'll talk a little bit about what I've seen as the logging impact on elk. It has, let's start with the Duck Mountain herd. And there used to be 125 elk on Duck Mountain that went on to Duck Peninsula. After that had been completely logged, those elk are no longer on that peninsula. I don't see them in the surveys. I don't see them all summer long. They've kind of receded back into what I would call the Portage herd on Portage Lake. That used to be a really popular spot for local share hunters to hunt. It was private land. Also, the Saposa herd, because of logging, was pushed over into the Tonki area, Pillar Cape and Tonki, that virtually no one has access to because of steep mountains and heavily timbered, and no access, very little access, maybe from a boat. So these animals that got pushed into the Portage drainage and Portage Shepherd Ridge herd, those are all on conservation land. But it's mostly limited to access by the Afognak shareholders because they have the roads, they have the access. So practically speaking, although I could land in a lake and walk, I would not be able to walk close enough to where the animals are. The people who have trucks have access to that. Great for them. It's still, I'm happy for them to be able to succeed in hunting those areas. But what it does, if they are granted permits to these areas, these villagers are granted permits, then that is not only going to give them a bias advantage by receiving permits outside of the drawing, the success ratio in that area is remarkable because the elk herds are they're comfortable there in that easement area or that conservation easement area. Success rate is fantastic. I would venture to say 100% if you have a truck. So that is going to impact us because that will give less registration opportunities because that area, I would say almost every year, that area closes first. I've got a lot more to say. Questions?
But you don't have much more time, so if you could just do a quick summary of your conclusion, and we'll see if we can ask any questions.
Okay, I'm going to give you some alternate options. Villages, encourage family members to apply for maximum permits. Hunt registration areas not favored by the road system, like many people. Ask the state to allow for village proxy permits for elders, possibly. Partner with your Old Harbor natives who have developed a bison herd that they feed their village with. They manage that herd first. The first animals killed go to the village elders and people, and then the shareholders get to draw off of that. Possibly manage your own bison herd on the Duck Peninsula. Possibly manage your own elk herd on your private land on the Duck Peninsula. Require on-island applications for draw hunts to promote local success. This last year, 15% of the winning tags went out of state, and that's a remarkable difference of 10 years ago where it used to be 2%. I blame that on the internet and brokers. I believe that you have a raspberry a raspberry, there's a proposal for a raspberry registration hunt. That will provide access for any villagers to hunt
Okay.
those unfettered.
So have you submitted this in writing? Your testimony?
A portion of this,
Because
Yes.
we really have, we can't give you all morning to talk when we have others to talk.
I understand that. One more comment. I have hunted Kodiak for 40 years. I have successfully brought home elk every one of those 40 years. Sometimes I draw a tag, sometimes I partner with someone else who draws a tag, sometimes registration, sometimes wildlife refuge. You can get an elk if you try. You don't have to drive a truck to get one.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from board members? Obviously, you have a lot of good information, so the more you can share with us in writing, the better. Thank you. Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, whatever you didn't have submitted, I'd like to see it submitted because you had a lot of good information. But you wouldn't, would you take advantage of the, go to Port Lions or Uziki to stand in line and get a registration permit?
I believe that that's going to cause a lot of confrontation, and I believe it's going to set a precedence that, will ripple throughout the state with other villages. I think that if you're not a local resident and you go try and start in a line and know where the line is and not have to go to the bathroom for 5 days, you might be successful. I would also like to say that there are a lot of non-shareholders that live in those villages. So just the fact that they're going to have a raffle there could be 30% of the people in Port Lions that are not shareholders that will be right there in the front of that line also.
All right, thank you. I do agree that I think outside hunt coordinators or booking agents are really taking advantage of our systems.
That's why I believe that if we possibly did in Kodiak, apply for registration, you may be able to limit that. I don't know if that's legal or not.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions? If not, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Next on our list is Thor Stacy, but I don't see any Thor Stacys here. And you don't look like Thor Stacy.
Good morning, Chairman. Unfortunately, Thor is home sick in bed, and so he asked me to deliver APHA's testimony if you're all right with that.
Yeah, you're signed up one other time, correct, for personal testimony?
Correct, for my personal
Yeah, so
testimony.
that should be fine. It would have been good to tell us earlier, but,
Yeah, sorry about that.
okay. So this is on behalf of the Professional Hunters Association?
Correct.
Okay,
Yep.
thanks.
Okay, good morning, Chairman Burnett and Board of Game members. My name is Sam Rohr. I'm the president of the Alaska Professional Hunters Association, and I'll be providing testimony for the association this morning. I'll just say Thor regrets not being able to be here. I think this is the first meeting in 9 years that he's will have missed, so he was feeling pretty poorly about that. APHA is a statewide organization. Our members come from across our state and work in virtually every corner of Alaska. We seek to bring a statewide perspective to the proposals that we comment on. The guiding profession in Alaska brings in over $57 million new dollars to Alaska each year. The majority of that money ends up in rural Alaska. Our profession is overwhelmingly made up of Alaskans, with over 85% of the registered guides being Alaska residents. Non-resident hunters contribute 76% of the total revenue of the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's Conservation Fund. However, these non-resident hunters who do that are only 14% of the total hunters in the field. And in fact, guided non-resident hunters are only 3% of the hunters in the field, yet they still contribute 30% of the license and tag revenue. We're a small group, but we feel like we pack a pretty good punch. In addition to providing a substantial amount of jobs and income in rural Alaska, hunting guides do what they can to share the harvest. In 2019, hunting guides shared over 223 pounds of well-cared-for, high-quality meat with their fellow Alaskans. In the lead up to this meeting, APHA hosted multiple teleconferences with our members to work on drafting our written comments. These meetings are well attended, with generally over 20 individual guides participating. While these comments and our written comments represent the voice of our group, you will undoubtedly get comments from APHA members who want their individual positions considered as well. Because we take a statewide approach when approaching these proposals, we do urge you to consider the regional expertise that comes from our members, even if their position might differ from APHA's position. I'm only going to comment on two of the proposals for our oral testimony, Proposal 77 and Proposal 204. The APHA believes that our wildlife populations do best when they are managed under an area and species-specific management plan. Proposal 77 seeks to eliminate a brown bear permit the following season when a female bear is taken in Kodiak Bear Management Units 8 through 16. This restriction is incorporated into the Kodiak Brown Bear Management Plan to be used as a first step when there's concern about population declines. Both the Kodiak Refuge and the department have expressed concerns over the bear population in the southwest portion of Kodiak. We urge the board to carefully review these concerns and the harvest and survey data to ensure that the information supports implementing this portion of the management plan. If the data shows a decline, then this restriction should be put in place as a first step, as recommended in the bear management plan. For Proposal 204, the APHA recognizes and is concerned about the significant declines in the sheep populations that have occurred across the Alaska Range. Our members report similar declines as what the department is saying. However, the APHA opposes a blanket moratorium on sheep hunting in GMU 19C at this time. Sheep hunter harvest has not driven the decline in sheep populations, and our current understanding is that a reduction in full curl harvest will not result in a faster sheep recovery. APHA does, however, support amending Proposal 204 to create a work group that will generate a Western Alaska Range sheep management plan. The group should be made up of affected stakeholders, and the plan should be scientifically supported and conservation-based, relying on expertise from the department. The goal would be to evaluate different management strategies, comparing areas that are closed to hunting, that are fully open, and that have limited harvest, as well as look closely at predation issues. And ultimately, the goal would be to develop a plan that's designed to increase sheep populations and mitigate risks of severe weather-related die-offs in the future. APHA recognizes that past efforts to develop a statewide sheep plan have been less than successful. However, management plans for moose, caribou, bison, and brown bear have succeeded when done on a smaller, in smaller geographic areas. Participation from major landowners in the Western Alaska Range, including private and federal stakeholders, offers us the opportunity to lessen the risk of federal or private actions that might unnecessarily reduce opportunity for all sheep hunters in the future. We urge you to carefully consider this. And with that, I will conclude my comments, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sam. It's always good seeing you. Do you believe, I was reading the comments that you guys had submitted on Proposal 78, and you were talking about consumer protection. Do you believe the Board of Game should get into the business of what guide-client contracts say? And I guess basically that's what I'm asking. That seems like it's really out of our bounds to protect you or protect a client somehow.
Sure, thanks for the question. That's an excellent question. I would say it's the role of the Big Game Commercial Services Board to develop what our guide client contracts and that sort of thing should say. But the proposal, what you're referring to, is a simple step that it's a simple thing that the board can do that does help contribute to those to providing to providing that. So should the Board of Game be telling us what should be in our contracts? No, but if the Board of Game through a simple regulation can provide for a little bit of security for clients who for some reason because of some tragic means can't come on their hunt, and allows them an opportunity to get their deposit back and still allows that use to be taken advantage of by another hunter, yeah, I absolutely think the Board of Game should do what they can to help further that.
just one more. Thank you. That, good explanation for me. Do you think that there's a conservation issue if, I can't imagine one or two or three of these non-residents potentially back out of an agreement, that their typical take would affect the conservation or the management plan?
Again, a good question. No, I don't think, having one or two hunters not show up is not going to affect the overall management plan. But it will affect, it certainly affects income coming to the state. It certainly affects income coming to the community. It affects job opportunities in rural Alaska, and again, is preventable. And I guess I would say, if you did away with that, there's no benefit. No one benefits by doing away with that regulation. It's not like somehow use gets then transferred to resident hunters and they have better opportunity. There's no benefit, we just hurt people, and that doesn't make sense to do.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Stas.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned in your testimony the APHA doesn't think that closing the sheep season in 19C is going to help the population, but what if we couple that with some predator reduction or predator removal? If we combine the two, do you think that would change your view?
Well, I certainly think predator reduction would help. Yeah, absolutely. I think our biggest concern is, without having a management plan structure in place to fall back on and to rely on, to show, and anytime we face reductions in seasons, bag limits, allocations, we want some kind of plan in place so that we know what things we hit that are going to tell us we have to reduce harvest, we have to reduce allocation, whatever, and then what are the benchmarks to open things back up. Those are critical important. Those concepts are critically important to the guide industry, and so we feel like within the bounds of a management plan, we would get to that information, and then again, of course, look at the predator control issue as well.
Commissioner, and then Ryan.
So, Sam, we've been involved in various sheep summits throughout the years, and why do you think the time is right now? I guess I see, we've kind of gone through all these different sheep working groups and sheep summits and a variety of other things. We've all kind of fundamentally agreed that full curl management seems to be the approach that is taken. Now we got the Federal Subsistence Board walking away from that a little bit more and providing, other harvest opportunities. Why do you think now is the right time to reinitiate another, sheep working group to try to find consensus around sheep? And what do you think the chances of success are going to be differently than in the past?
Sure, thank you for that question. That's an excellent question. I think doing a plan not doing a statewide plan is the key. We're talking about in a smaller area, looking at looking at a specific geographic area and trying to instead of trying to come up with a one-size-fits-all plan across the state. I think that's the number one key that will help. But also, as you mentioned, the feds are maybe less confident that full coral management is the be-all, end-all. And so bringing in all the different user groups and stakeholders to one table to sit down to discuss, to get buy-in on a plan, I think helps lessen the chance that, frankly, that the feds say, hey, the state's not going to do anything, we're going to keep shutting stuff down. And so I think that's a guard. I think that's a guard against that, or certainly it helps. It puts us all in the same room at the same table discussing that. So I think that's a benefit.
So who do you see leading that effort? Is it the Wild Sheep Foundation? Is it you guys, or is it the board, or is it the department, or?
The department, absolutely a department. Yep, absolutely, 100%.
I think you made me
Ryan.
sorry I asked that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam, also good to see you. Thanks for pointing the finger at the department. Appreciate that, too. Well,
You're welcome.
We've also had, just in that region, or that area, excuse me, we've had some discussions about 19C moose as well. Did APHA have any comments on those proposals?
I would have to look back on our written comments on that, but I'm not prepared to speak to them.
Okay.
Here, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, Jake.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that testimony, Sam. What are you hearing from your membership from Kodiak about transporters down there, transporting deer hunters?
Through the chair, thanks, Mr. Fletcher. Great question. Frustration. Lot of transporters around, lots of boats showing up. You know, it really depends on the weather. When you have westerlies, lots of westerlies, all the transporter boats are on the east side of the island. When you have easterlies, all of them come over to this side. So they really move around a lot by the weather. Sometimes you don't have much impact. Plenty of other times there's lots of boats around. So it's, I would say, generally a high level of frustration with the transporter activity on Kodiak right now.
And then, is the APHA involved in like the guide concession program at all?
Again, great question. So yes, we have been advocating for a state lands guide concession program since the Osachek decision happened back in the mid-'80s. So we 100% are. In a lot of ways, in the past, APHA has led the charge on coming up with a state land concession area. And as you all know, we've gotten close several times, but we've never been able to quite get it across the finish line. And so on this latest push, we've really taken a step back and said, okay, the Big Game Commercial Services Board is leading the charge on it. We are participating as participants in the meeting. We're providing comment, but we're really really this latest effort, this last year and a half is by the Big Game Commercial Services Board. We'll continue to support it in any way we can. We'll provide comment, but we're letting them lead that charge. But we certainly believe it's important for Alaska, and we'll continue to fight for it.
Thanks.
James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sam, thanks again for coming up here. One question that I just remembered I meant to ask you all was Proposal 73, seek to reduce the bag limit for deer in Unit 8. It's down to 2 for residents and down to 1 for non-residents. I know some of the folks have raised concerns about the resident portion of that. Any issue from a guide standpoint for lowering the deer bag limit to 1?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Cooney. So we did discuss that proposal a little bit, and generally I would say no, there's no concern from the guide industry on lowering the deer limit to 1. You know, the hunters, the non-resident hunters that come to Kodiak, by and large, on guided hunts are there on trophy hunts. They're looking for the largest animal they can find. Personally, with my operation, I let guys shoot 2 deer. The vast majority of their clients leave the meat with us, which we then distribute in the town of Kodiak, so that's all great. But they're going to be happy to come and take 1 deer, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. We'll be seeing you again.
Thank you.
Right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break. I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. It's 10:49 a.m. And next on our list to testify is Paul Chervenak with the Kodiak AC.
Good morning, Chairman Burnett, board members, department, enforcement staff. My name is Paul Chervenak, and I am the chairman of and here testifying for the Kodiak AC. You have our written comments, but I would like to go over and highlight and reiterate a few things. Proposals 65, 66, and 67 all deal with mountain goats. We opposed all of these, different nuances between them, but overall, we think it would reduce our goat population or reduce harvest, and we are trying to stabilize or reduce our goat population, and all of these would be counter to that. So we oppose those. Proposal 68, modifying Unit 8 caribou hunt from general season registration. We support. We think it's best for managing the caribou herd. And there's been a greatly increased interest in the last 5 or 10 years, and it's needed. Proposal 69, excluding Kodiak Island from remainder Unit 8 elk. We oppose this. We have big concerns with crossbreeding with the Rocky Mountain elk that are on the Kodiak road system and disease transfer. These Roosevelt elk you are here are genetically really clean. And there's also some destructiveness, we believe, on the elk on some of our elderberries and other system. Proposal 70, modifying the Unit 8 Raspberry Island elk hunt from draw to registration. We think we supported this, opened up a lot more opportunity, the better management of the resource. There's been a small percentage of the current tags used or successful. Proposal 71 and 72 are establishing archery-only hunts for Raspberry Island and southwest of Fognac. We oppose both of these. We think it would disrupt elk during the breeding season. It's harder to take proper care of the meat. And it's been noted that when you have staggered starts hunts, the success in future hunts are affected. And having another hunt here would reduce success for the following hunts. And currently, the archers have had good success in any weapon hunt. Proposal 73, reducing the bag limits for deer for residents and non-residents. There are a fair number of pros and cons. There was a lot of discussion. Overall, there's probably no biological problem, but then you get both a quality of experience and local, the easy access areas locally depleted. There was some talk, as was mentioned earlier, I think one of the questions, some of the potentially reducing marine transport or overcrowding. We ended up amending it. There was a lot of the locals wanted to retain their 3 deer limit, and we think that since there's no biological problem due to weather and whatever, if they're only getting out one time, to be able to get all their deer on that outing. We elected to amend it to leave the residents at 3 and reduce the non-residents to 1 to see if this would have any help. There's been a great increase, as you'll hear probably from the department, in non-resident hunter participation. Proposal 74, requiring meat must be left on the bone for deer in Unit 8. We amended this just to clean up the language and then supported it. We think has been for a long time a severe wanton waste problem with our deer. It would be a much better use of the meat. It would greatly help enforcement. And so we took the existing bone-in requirements, like I said, to clean up the proposal and supported that. Proposal 75, counting brown bear wounded in Unit 8 as 1 every 4 years. There's a fair amount of discussion here. They think it was the ethical way to operate. Probably won't affect too many. One of the big problems we had, though, we thought it would really probably give the opportunity or potentially create more dishonesty with bears being harvested in closed areas but reported as harvested. So we ended up opposing it 2-5 with 2 abstentions. Proposal 76, lengthening the brown bear registration hunts, basically on the Kodiak road system. Fair amount of discussion on this one also. It's often brought up, the proposer obviously submitting it to highlight our garbage issue and potential bear problems. Everybody agreed it would be a better utilization of these bears rather than a DLP kill. And there are a lot of people that attended and commented with the increasing bear population around town. But then we also had a lot of concerns. Concerns with potentially the sow harvest, disrupting denning activity, greater harvest or illegal harvest elsewhere. And then we didn't think, due to the amount of closed lands around the area, and the bears being extremely nocturnal, you actually wouldn't be able to harvest the bears. And so we ended up opposing it 4-4. Proposal 77, eliminating brown bear permits the following season when a female is taken. We supported this. It's the first step in our bear management plan when there's a population in question. It's a much preferred alternative over reducing permits overall. It treats residents and non-residents equally. And the department, I guess, had 3 alternatives. Just because the way the draw results come out and when the permit would come out, we supported their third alternative, treating both residents and non-residents equally. Proposal 78, requiring all hunters to apply for a Unit 8 brown bear permits. First, I'd like to apologize. I believe there's a typo in our minutes. It says opposed, but I think it says 8-0 rather than 08, so don't mistake it that we were in favor of it. I realize you've heard a lot of this over the last couple of cycles, but I think it's worth repeating. The Kodiak brown bear management system for the last 40 years has been very successful. And it's a complex, intricate system developed over time, and you have to be very careful changing it. We believe the alternate list is a useful tool. Close to half of the island uses the alternate list. The other half, or a little more, that's on federal land, can't use the alternate list. So they're actually going after a few permits in some of the areas because of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service selection system. These permits are not applied for, but they are utilized. I'd like to reiterate that the guided non-resident hunters are a very important part of any brown bear management plan, with the consistent harvest of large adult males and the low harvest of females being biologically important. The filling of non-resident tags is a major economic benefit to the state and to all the local communities. So we believe this proposal is a total loss with the permit sitting vacant and none of this income to the state. Additionally, I'd like to say that the guide-client agreement and alternate list put into place to thwart anti-hunters. And some guides are having to leave permits on the table as required by their federal operating standards. They're required to have and provide their clients with a reasonable chance of success. Proposal 79, the transfer of undersubscribed brown bear permits to residents. Again, I think you must be very careful changing the current successful management plan. The department relies on historical harvest data. The department factors in some unused permits when figuring allocation. It could have biological ramifications with residents having a higher sow harvest. We oppose this one. Proposal number 80, adjust the allocation of unit brown bear permits to be equal per area. We oppose this one. You know, the system looks at island-wide percentages, bear density differs, their bear range differs, access to area differs, so they look at a lot of different things. We supported proposal number 81, requiring all snares set on the Kodiak road system to include breakaway mechanisms. We had this proposal, I think, 109 in 2019, which the board passed and then rescinded. The Kodiak road system is very popular for outdoor activities, and we think this is absolutely the best practices. Proposal 209 was a tough one. Proposer, they have a desire for elk meat for their elders. Our AC members very much support this desire, and just providing meat for all the residents in the area. But we don't think this is the right avenue to go down. This may or may not provide opportunity for the village residents. They might not get any of the tags. We also think the permit use rate would be much higher than average, and the permit success rate would be much higher than average. So, and the department's targeted harvest will be reached. And with those two factors, we think they would have to take much more than the 16 permits out of the draw. It's hard to say what numbers they would have to take out on an already sort of low number odds of drawing. We also feel, since there currently is a registration hunt just about every year after the draw hunts, there's a subsistence hunt, federal subsistence hunt every year, and probably with proposal 70 passing, opening up a registration hunt on Raspberry Island with more opportunity, that there are opportunities for them to be able, and we think it sets a really bad precedent with other user groups or other villages wanting to come after permits in the future. So we think there's opportunity for them to get elk, and we oppose this. With that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for all your time.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Stosh?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Paul, on proposal 75, our AC notes say that 2 abstained, and on the bottom it says abstain undecided. Is that, they couldn't make up their minds, those 2 folks? Is that what that's saying?
Correct. A couple of them, they just didn't know enough about it and didn't feel going one way or the other.
Jake?
Yeah, that was pretty much my question. I just wanted to you enlighten us, if you could, a little bit more of that conversation, you know, like.
Part of the, and like we had asked the department, I think we might have mentioned in there, one of the questions they had, like how many people report a wounded brown bear every year? And it's sort of surprised that maybe only 1.5. Because there was discussion, if you're only losing the permit for a year, or the opportunity versus once every 4 years, that people would be pretty honest about that. But if it's a harsher penalty per se, they might not be as honest. It didn't seem that a lot of it gets reported anyways. But they didn't really think it's gonna affect much because how hard it is to get a brown bear permit. But some of the people on the committee that abstained, they didn't know one way or the other. And I think it failed because people did think that we're losing once every 4 years, no one will report a wounded bear.
Thanks.
Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Paul. Proposal 74, which was a request to leave deer meat bone in. Did you guys consider people that, like myself, I would go out there for 10 days or 2 weeks on a drop camp, live in a tent out there, and after 7 o'clock, I got nothing to do but put my deer meat away, butcher it up, get it in plastic, put it in bags, ready to eat when I got back to Fairbanks. It would be very cumbersome for me to have whole deer quarters and rib meat until I got out of the field.
We had enforcement at the meeting, and they helped go through to find the language we were looking for bone in. But from our understanding, when that deer is brought, say back to my cabin, it's out of the field and you can prepare it to consume it, so it's illegal to eat it, or like the transporters getting the meat back on the boat. By that time, it's all out of the field, and so you're legal to do that. You're legal to, when you're back down at your camp, to process that up for your home.
Yeah, I think you'd better check that, because my tent camp is not out of the field. But anyways, I got one other question. Did the AC look at snare designs for breakaways, or come up with a design that would work?
And I apologize, I meant to, the proposal that we submitted in 2019, I believe had all that in there. Because we had talked about cost, less than cents to put in these breakaway mechanisms, et cetera. We did not talk about it at this meeting at this time. It was brought up that we had all those specifics in the proposal we had submitted in 19.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and seeing no other questions, thank you for your AC testimony, and you can proceed with your personal testimony.
Again, Chairman Burnett, board members, department, enforcement staff, my name is Paul Shervinack. I'm a 42-year resident of Kodiak Island. I'm just going to comment a few things. Mostly I follow the AC comments. Proposal number 77, eliminating a bear permit, was I was taken both residents and non-residents. I would say I have a fair amount of experience with the Kodiak Brown Bear Management Plan and dealing with the department and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for the last 30 years. While I'm not sure how accurate their data is that they came up with to show a possible population decline in southwest Kodiak, I would be the first to support any measures to help the resource. So I'm in favor of this proposal. I think it would be a good first step and follows the bear management plan as we try to get more data. I'm opposed to Proposition 78 requiring all hunters to apply for drawing permits. Again, I agree with all the Kodiak AC comments. Additionally, I'd like to emphasize how important the guided non-resident harvest and guides are to any brown bear management plan. Many of the guides on Kodiak are quite established and have 20 or more years sitting on the same hill at the same time of year and know what they're looking at. It's scientific. These guides are extremely knowledgeable of the areas they work. So much so that the department and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have started a, I guess, quote, citizen science, they call it, project consisting of controlled sightings documented by guides to help verify or gain additional information on bear numbers. I'm also one of the guides operating on federal land, and I'm required by my federal operating parameters to assure a reasonable chance of success. And so I may have to leave a permit on the table if I don't think I could provide that. I also oppose proposal number 79, transferring my undersubscribed non-resident permits to resident allocation, and proposal number 80, adjusting the Unit 8 non-resident bear permits. Again, I agree with all the Kodiak comments and my written submitting comments. And finally, I am strongly in favor of proposal number 81, which required all snares to have a breakaway mechanism on the Kodiak road system. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for your time.
Questions from board members? Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Paul. I too have one of those spots on the knob where like my butt has worn in a spot, from sitting years and years and years. What are you seeing for bears in the south end, your personal?
Well, thank you for the question. I happen to guide for the last 20 years in one of the areas that's been surveyed, and the numbers aren't showing up for it. And so one of the reasons I said I'm not sure in their data, a couple of things. The IAS, the intensive aerial survey they use that they fly, we were really fortunate for a long time on Kodiak to have the same pilots, same observers, and they know what they're looking for. And then recently, we've had a hard time with weather conditions, getting pilots, getting observers with any experience, and you're getting inexperienced observers and pilots, and do they know what they're looking for? And then it was contradicting what we were seeing in the field. The number of bears we were seeing in April, less in May, as bears start moving around, emerging from dens, looking for food, and then they're flying the IASs later in May. And so, in fact, I was the one recommended to start doing the citizen science. Let's start looking at some numbers. Because when they're not seeing any sows with cubs on a survey in the middle of May, but we have 4 sows with 2 or more cubs in one valley in the area. But what those bears are doing or where they're going, or same thing, they were noticing lots of dens that had opened up and emerged, but they weren't visually sighting the bears. But I think we've been working on different things on Kodiak, trying to come up with new systems or new ideas for estimating population abundance, drone technology, infrared technology. They're trying to come up with a better system. So it's not an exact science by any means. But some of the survey numbers is not what we're seeing on the ground. So we're trying to help.
Thanks.
Al?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Paul. Just one question. Do you have an idea of maybe how many non-resident tags annually go unused?
I do not have that number.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments, questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony, Paul. Now we have Dick Rohrer. Welcome. You've been here before.
I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board and staff, my name is Dick Rohrer, Kodiak resident for 54 years, 3 of my 4 children, 8 of my 10 grandchildren, 3 of my 4 great-grandchildren all currently live in Kodiak, are residents there. And I'm here to represent myself and my 3 great-grandchildren that can't speak yet, but I'm sure they'll be here 20 years from now. I just give you that life history to let you know that my family has been concerned about Kodiak issues, the habitat, the resource for a long time, and you can be assured we'll be interested and involved for many years to come. I'm here to ask the board to reject proposals 78, 79, and 80, all 3 requesting changes to what has been a very successful brown bear management program since 1976. I've been involved since the beginning of that, including membership on the brown bear management planning team. And I actually have in my briefcase 100 years of history since 1925 about how Kodiak bear hunting seasons and bag limits have changed in those years. The old adage, if it ain't broke, don't try to fix it. And that's my contention for Kodiak. Those of us, and you heard from the advisory committee pretty much, that the Kodiak system isn't broken, and so I'm opposed to any of those changes suggested in those 3 proposals and ask you to reject those unanimously. We might say that Kodiak brown bear permit system is micromanaged, and it is, but let me give you some numbers. There are 31 drawing hunt areas, which equates to 124 different hunt numbers annually. So separate resident, non-resident, both spring and fall. So 4 times 31 is 124. In round numbers, there's 500 total brown bear permits issued annually in Kodiak. And those 500 permits have to have been divided up among 124 different hunts. The permits per hunt range currently from a low of 1 non-resident permit in 8 different hunts to a high of 17 resident permits in each of 3 hunt areas and 15 resident permits in 2 other hunt areas. So let's consider specifically proposal number 80. And there's an oversight in the department statement that the effect of this proposal is likely to be minimal. That's not the case. There are several misreadings of this proposal. The proposal, if passed as written, would limit the non-resident permits to 0.35% of the permits in all hunt areas. That equates to 1.5 non-resident permits per year. I'm assuming that the proposer intended to say 35%, but if you pass it as written, that's what it does. So assuming the proposer's intent was maximum of 35% to non-residents in each permit area, not the total, in each permit area. I went through each hunt, calculated the results. Ultimately, if that is passed at 35% max cap, it would reduce the non-resident tags by 42, 24 in the spring, 18 in the fall. Proposals 78 and 79, these are an attempt to make it look like guides are doing something illegal or unethical when a non-resident permit is issued via discretionary permit conditions, which are clearly authorized under 5 AAC 920.52. I support proposal 77, support proposal 73, reducing deer bag limit to 1 deer for non-residents. And I can be more specific about those if you have questions, so that I don't run over.
Excellent timing. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dick. It's always a pleasure to meet with you and learn something. On the resident deer harvest limit, what's your thoughts on that?
No, that should stay the same
Okay.
at 3 deer. Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. Thanks, Dick, for that. I was wondering if you had a chance to look at proposal 76 about lengthening that registration hunt, and what's your opinion on that, if you did have?
Yes. Jason put that proposal in to create discussion about garbage issues in Kodiak. Actually, in the bear management plan 20 years ago, we said because of concern about increasing bear population in the road system, we should increase the season, the spring season, to the end of May. That was 20 years ago. The population on the road system close to town is probably twice what it was 20 years ago. We never did that. And I wouldn't support extending it into May, but I would support extending the season through December. And the purpose of that is we often have snow. There's lots of nocturnal bears for sure around town, but with snow on the ground, you can track them. You can see whether it's a sow with cubs, it's a large mature bear. We could do that in my mind without, it would help some, and I wouldn't be concerned about inadvertently taking females with cubs.
Al? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So you've been there a really long time. Could you explain just a little bit how you're viewing marine transporters transporting deer around there and how that's changed through the years?
Well, it certainly got its start when we had, in increasing ways, back when we had a 7-deer bag limit, and seasons and bag limits on other species around the state began to be reduced. People saw, oh, I can go to Kodiak, shoot 7 deer. They began to look at ways to do that. As time progressed, of course, now those same people can come and shoot 2 goats and 3 deer and a reindeer and fish halibut. there's lots of opportunity and it's created additional interest. But the one thing that I have seen that hasn't been discussed is the increase by charter operators into what I'll refer to as shoulder seasons, where it used to be charter boats would start deer hunting the end of October, about when we're bear hunting, maybe the middle. Now, there's a charter boat operator that is on the grounds where I'm fishing the 1st of September. And when the weather permits him to be in Shelikof and put hunters on the beach, he's there into at least the first week of December. So it's not only an increase in the number of operators, there's a pretty significant increase into what used to be shoulder seasons.
Thank you.
Al, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, just a follow-up on Proposal 76 on in-town bear issue there. When are the DLPs really occurring, the majority? Is it the latter half of that season, you know, the December, like you talked about lengthening, or would it be more beneficial in the springtime?
Actually, the most beneficial would be October, and we can't do that. I think the department numbers show, we discussed that. Oftentimes, there's a number of really nice big bears killed in town this fall in one guy's house the week before bear season opens. So department numbers show that October is the biggest DLP month, I think.
Okay, thank you.
So that wouldn't help us, and yeah, it's an interesting issue for sure. More bears have to die in town because there's more bears there.
Any additional questions? Hearing none, thank you for your testimony, but I do have one quick question. You represented generations 1 and 4. The next testifier after you will represent generation 2, but where's generation 3?
Well, that's a good question. If his daughter was here, why, she could give you an earful.
Okay, Commissioner.
Yeah, so I got a question for you. So you have 4 generations, and do you think and you all live in Kodiak, do you think there's reasonable opportunity for your family members to go out and get a brown bear in Kodiak?
Yes, I am glad you asked that question.
How many brown bears has your family taken? I can't imagine.
I never shot one.
Okay.
Sam did, his wife did. His son is anxious to. But I haven't mentioned the registration area on the road system that's open to everyone. My nephew shot a 10-foot bear last fall on Sam's back lot, which is in the borough, commercial lot. Of the 16 bears, 16 largest bears, so that's 27-inch skull and larger, that were taken this fall in Kodiak, 4 of them came from the road system, including the number 3 bear. So yeah, there's opportunity, and in increasing opportunity, as I said, in the last 20 years, the road system bear population, the in-town bear population has easily doubled. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dick. Next on our list is Sam, but before you come up, Sam, I have someone that just came in recently from the Alaska Wildlife Troopers. I'm wondering if he'd like to come up and say a few words. I think we've seen you before at meetings, and wondering if you'd like to say anything to us.
Yeah, good morning, Board. Chair Burnett, thank you very much for the opportunity here to sit before you. I'll be glad to answer some questions as well, but I just wanted to start off by saying that I've had a lot of opportunity to sit on this board and be with a lot of the members in the room here, as well as the folks here at the table. So it's particularly nice for me to be able to come back here and sit in front of you today. So my name is Bernard Chastain. I'm the director of the Alaska Wildlife Troopers, and we have troopers stationed all over the state. As you guys are well aware, There are two divisions, enforcement divisions within the state troopers and the wildlife troopers within the Department of Public Safety. The wildlife troopers, our main job is enforcement of the regulations that this board passes. So that is our focus. That's what we focus on, this board and the Board of Fish, as well as the legislative statutes and many other regulations that exist for the taking of resources in the state. Our men and women across the state focus on that. That's their main job. However, they also are fully commissioned Alaska State Troopers, and so we do a variety of other enforcement activities as well. So we have the same exact training as a state trooper. We go to the same academy. We do the same field training program. After they come out of the field training, they start on learning the wildlife and fisheries laws across the state. As you can imagine, some people come with a substantial amount of knowledge into the job, and some people come with very little knowledge. So our job is to try to help those people understand the why behind the regulations, the reasons that you're hearing from folks today as the why behind the laws that you're passing. One of the things that I've said to the board for many years, which still exists today, is the laws that you're passing at this board both do two things. One, they're primarily for the management of fish and wildlife resources across the state, and the staff that's here to help you do that, to make good decisions about that management. But secondarily, and probably something that gets forgotten a little bit, is that when you pass something, you're actually passing a law. And that law results in, if we find that someone violated that, it could result in a criminal penalty. And so everything that you do has that nexus to it in some form or fashion. It has a criminal side of it, except, management plans or exceptions and other things that you're doing. But anytime you're changing methods and means or seasons or bag limits, et cetera, those all apply. And with the long process that you go through when someone violates a law, there are multiple steps and multiple layers that help kind of filter out along the way what's appropriate and what's not. So as an example, as you pass a law here at the board, that law then becomes in effect, and then wildlife troopers enforce it. At that point, if we have to write a citation or arrest somebody for that violation, it then goes to the Department of Law, who decides whether to charge it or not. And then it goes from the Department of Law to the court system, where the court system decides whether to convict or not. And there's a process in place along the way for each step. So I just wanted to talk to the board a little bit about that. We have currently 91 troopers around the state. We're stationed all the way from Ketchikan to farthest north is Coldfoot. We have airplanes and boats, four-wheeler snow machines, et cetera, to get out to all the places that we need to get out to. We continue to struggle in recruitment. So law enforcement generally across the nation has struggled to recruit law enforcement. And as a result, we're still looking for good Alaska Wildlife Trooper candidates out there that are interested in becoming a state trooper. So I'm open for questions. If anybody has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Colonel Chastain, it's very good. I was glad to see when I heard that news report that you were commissioned as the new colonel, and I know you've had a lot of involvement, and you worked well with the public, and were very fair with everybody, I felt anyways. But I was glad you brought up, that this board is ultimately making laws for wildlife, and you're enforcing them. And you really know the long time history on these trapping issues with trap setbacks and dogs getting caught. An ordinance is also, virtually a law that's been made and passed. And I was wondering, is there going to be potentially in the future that you may enforce, the leash laws or ordinances that are out there, because they're interfering with some trapping. They're getting caught in traps, mainly because they're not in compliance with an ordinance that's a law. So maybe it's something to consider. I really don't need an answer today, but, I'd just like to put it on your radar.
Sure, through the chair, Member Brett. So I'll answer a little bit of that, which is, first off, we're charged with enforcing state law. So while we have statewide jurisdiction to enforce statute, regulations, et cetera, most of those ordinances are borough or city ordinances that are enacted. And so they have law enforcement that take care of those borough or city ordinances within those municipalities.
Additional questions for the Colonel? I have a question for you. You're having recruitment difficulties. Have you spoken to the professional hunters? And there's a bunch of assistant guides out there that might be really good candidates for being wildlife troopers. I'm wondering if you've worked with them on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In fact, the Professional Hunter Association has actually had a couple members become state troopers, state wildlife troopers at some point in the past. So typically, folks who like to be outside and do that kind of stuff make very good wildlife troopers because they're interested in doing those activities.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, congratulations on those nice birds on your shoulder pads. They look good, congratulations. But we hope that you'll start wearing your brown shirts again every now and then.
Thank you.
That's kind of, it's a symbol across Alaska of the enforcement activities that are going on. And when people see the brown shirts, they realize that there is actual enforcement out there versus the blue shirts. So thanks.
Any additional questions for the Colonel and Director? So, well, thank you for coming and speaking to us. We appreciate you letting us have an officer here for the whole time. Well, yeah, I'm sure you're going to stay in the audience for a bit, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be here. I'll be here through today and tomorrow both.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, Sam Rohrer.
Good afternoon, Chairman Burnett, or good morning, rather, Chairman Burnett, Board of Game members, and staff. I just want to thank you all for your service to our state, to its wildlife resources. I appreciate the time and effort you each put into this vital board. It's a weekend, you're all here. I'm sure you'd rather be with your families, but yet you're here. So we really, really appreciate that. My name is Sam Rohrer. I'm a hunting guide on Kodiak. I was born and raised there and still make it my home, along with my wife, my 4 kids, now a son-in-law, and most recently a granddaughter. So I have a full house, full family. They don't all live with me, but anyways, they're all there in Kodiak. I do want to correct, several people in the audience pointed this out to me, even someone by text pointed out to me that a previous testifier presented some incorrect information. I want to correct that for the record. The hunting guides in Alaska don't share 223 pounds of meat with their fellow Alaskans. In fact, that number should have been 223,000 pounds of meat. So I did want to correct that for the record. So sorry about that. Briefly on Proposal 80, and I know a previous speaker, my father mentioned this one in detail, but I'll just again reiterate, I ask that you reject this proposal. If the proposal passed as written, it would virtually eliminate all non-resident hunters on Kodiak. The proposer asks for 0.35%. That's less than 1%. That would be 1.5 tags per year to non-resident hunters on Kodiak. I don't know how a half a tag would be hunted, but those are the numbers. I ask that you reject that. If we assume the proposer meant 35%, on a hunt-by-hunt basis, it still eliminates over 42 non-resident tags. So again, there's a lot of reasons why the department needs why there's some flexibility in the number of permits for specific areas. And so I ask that you reject that proposal. We've had a long history of that allocation in place. It works. I ask that you keep that. I'm going to lump proposals 78 and 79 together. I ask that you reject both of these proposals. These proposals would change how undersubscribed permits are handled for non-resident tags on Kodiak. Reissuing of undersubscribed permits is not a loophole, as Proposal 78 suggests, but but rather it's a process that's clearly laid out in regulation and has been in place for quite some time. Statewide regs give the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's discretionary authority to reissue undersubscribed tags on a statewide basis when it's appropriate for them to do so. And in fact, they do this every year, and they do it, there's numerous places where this is done. There's also, in addition to this, there's a Unit 8 regulation that specifically authorizes the department to reissue non-resident tags on Kodiak. If you single out this regulation on Kodiak, non-resident bear tags on Kodiak would then be the only tag in the state that ADF&G staff can't use their discretionary authority to reissue. This makes no sense. Further, Proposal 78 would specifically prohibit the department from issuing permits to non-residents who did not go through the permit draw process. But what the proposal fails to mention is that current Unit 8 regs only allow a guide to submit the same number of non-resident applications for a hunt as the number of permits available for that hunt. This means that on federal lands where only one guide is authorized to conduct guide activities, there would only ever be the same number of applicants as permits issued in each drawing. This would not allow for an alternate list and means that the department could not reissue any undersubscribed tags or canceled hunts, and valuable hunt opportunities would go unused. This proposal does nothing to benefit resident hunters. However, it does hurt non-resident hunters. It hurts small businesses and it hurts conservation funding. I ask that you reject this proposal. With that, I thank you for listening to my testimony today, and I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Sam. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for that testimony, Sam. We've heard a little bit about these brown bear surveys that are starting. Will you talk a little bit more about those, like?
Sure, through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Fletcher, for that great question. So, yeah, we have a new partnership on Kodiak developed between the state, the feds, and the hunting guides. And the state put together a pilot program for us last year to do bear surveys. They picked a specific time period during the season. We held a meeting, explained the process to the guides, and then at the beginning of the season, we all went out, we had these maps, we had our locations marked on them, and during this, I think it was like a 5-day window, we recorded every bear sighting, the composition, if we could tell it, sows, cubs, old bears, young bears, direction of travel, direction of distance, and importantly, where we were sitting when we made that spotting location. And we recorded each one of these sightings, we recorded it on a map, and then we recorded weather patterns, conditions, all gathered a tremendous amount of data. We put on these maps. We did it for, I think, 5 days in a row, all of our guides out in the field. And at the end of the season, we gave those maps back to the state, who then went through and is looking at this information. You know, it's fun. We get to be citizen scientists. It's good for our clients to see this, to see how we're contributing. And we're hoping it will start to provide some valuable data for the department. You know, certainly it's not going to tell us what the whole bear population is, but it's a first time on Kodiak, and I would guess the first time anywhere in Alaska that we have a real time with that many different people all looking at individual areas, counting bears, marking them down on a map where they are. So we're hoping the state can use it to develop some interesting indexes that we can keep track of. The goal is to do it again this year, and hopefully we'll do it into the future if the department and the feds find the information valuable. So anyways, it was exciting, and it was fun to be a part of.
Thanks.
Any additional questions? Not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And we'll next go to Chuck Brady, Homer AC. Or no, Self first. Sorry, Chuck Brady. The next one, so. Chuck Brady here? Okay. I'm not seeing Chuck, so David Lyon. No, you turned it off.
Okay. Good afternoon, or I guess just still good morning, board and board members, board chair. I'm going to first give my personal testimony. My name is Dave Lyon. I've lived in Homer for over 30 years. I live at the headwaters of Fritz Creek in a dry cabin where I have been for the entire 30 years. Raised my son there. He's 22 now. And I was on the AC before he was born, so that gives you an idea of how long I've been involved in this stuff, and I've seen most of you before. My personal testimony is, first I'm going to start with 118. I do not support adding fork horns back to the moose harvest. I believe it would be a bad idea. Right now we have a management policy that is working quite well. We've seen our moose numbers come up to essentially carrying capacity over the last few years, and before that we actually had a period of time where we had no moose hunt. So right now, with eliminating forks from the harvest, it's allowing more animals to grow into a larger size and come into where we might be seeing them at 50-inch. 120, 126, I'm in support of an early archery season, really just to align 15C with the other parts of Unit 15 and see an earlier archery season. Although if forks were to come back, I think this would be detrimental overall because we have gone to the trouble of moving our season ahead so that animals were easier to identify as far as their horn structure and being out of velvet. An early archery season with forks allowed, I think, would possibly create more inadvertent violations of the interpretation of forked horn. I think we all know that forked horn really means it looks like a slingshot, but when we did have forked horns, there were a lot of arguable forks, and it took a lot of animals out of the reproductive population while they were still in their first year. 129, I'm definitely in favor of expanding the Homer cow hunt boundaries. Right now, I live very close to Olson Mountain Road, which is where roughly 80% of the animals have been taken in the last few years. It's about a 4 or 5 mile road, and when the cow hunt opens, it looks like a Nelchina caribou hunt. Overall, since this hunt was started, we've lost a ton of available land. A lot of Siri land that we used to hunt is posted. A lot of unsold land is now developed. There's housing developments. It's creating a significant amount of conflict with the landowners along Olson Mountain Road, which, as I mentioned, is where about 80% of these moose are being taken. 156. As far as closing beaver trapping in the Anchor River, Deep Creek, and as amended by RAC, also Fritz Creek and Diamond Creek, I think this is a great opportunity for the board to do a little science experiment. As Sid Wolford pointed out in his testimony the other day, there are literally no beavers there. So closing this area to beaver trapping is taking nothing away from anybody, yet it would make it possible for us to see if beavers could reintroduce themselves, and also if it were closed, it would be a place that the department or any other entity that was authorized could reintroduce beavers. I've lived at the top of these headwaters for quite a while. We haven't seen a beaver above beaver flats in 20 years. Beavers are a great species. They do a whole lot more than just provide fur. We're looking at the possibility of beaver ponds expanding habitat for moose, for birds. They also do a lot to mitigate floodwaters and siltation. I really see this as a win. I see I'm almost out of time. I support 132 with no amendments. I am opposed to spring brown bear extensions for the early season because I think it will shorten our fall season. And I am in support of 209. And that's my personal testimony.
Thank you. And questions from board members on his personal testimony? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dave, on, I think it was 159, the beaver in 15C. How do you think that the habitat is out there for beavers?
I think there's plenty of habitat there. I mean, we did have beavers trying to expand up into the bottom of my property some time ago. We had a hard winter, and I think that they were predated on. But I live above Beaver Flats, it's got its name for something. And right where I am, one of the reasons we added Fritz Creek and Diamond Creek to this is because they're within the watersheds, or the geographical area of the Anchor River and Deep Creek, but they actually dump into the bay, so they're not part of Fritz Creek, or rather, I'm sorry, Deep Creek or Anchor River. There's lots of old beaver dams. There's lots of old beaver trenches. When I used to run dogs down at the top of Beaver Creek, it was obvious that there had been lots of beavers in the past. And if you look at, I think the entire take of beavers last year in 15C was 13 animals. It's got a limit of 20 per person. So obviously, we're not anywhere near that. We don't have enough beavers to support 20 per person, and I don't think we really have the effort. Beavers are worth $20 a pop right now on the fur trade. And if you considered that a good beaver dam might provide habitat for a moose or two or three to survive through the winter because of the willows, the Fish and Game, if you take a moose out of season, and one of the things they say is it's worth $1,000. So a moose is worth $1,000, a beaver's worth $20. If we can improve moose habitat, that's a financial gain, which I hate to look at animals that way, but sometimes that's how math works.
Just to follow up on that, I do I used to do a lot more beaver trapping, but still pay attention. And I've seen over the years several areas where there's still old dams and there's old beaver houses, but there's no beaver habitat left for them. They basically ate themselves out of house and home and never have ever replaced themselves in those areas. And, that's why I ask about the habitat.
Through the chair. I think that a lot of our beavers have actually been trapped out and extirpated through human intervention in some of these areas as more and more snow machine trails are improved and access to the backcountry is improved. I think that the impact of the beavers by hobby trappers has been significant. When I first was here in the early 80s, there were active beaver dams and muskrats in the ponds below the overlook on the way to Homer. And now they're not.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. Dave, thanks a bunch for that testimony. I had a question about lengthening the brown bear season. In your opinion, do most of these people that participate in the hunt either choose the spring hunt or the fall hunt? Do people go hunting in the spring if they don't see a big enough bear, they're going to go in the fall? Talk to me a little bit about hunter participation.
To be perfectly honest, I have very little experience with folks that brown bear hunt. They're not on my list. I listen to the folks that come to our meetings. I listen to other people on the AC. It's my impression when I look at the proposals to expand the spring hunt that our concern is that what will happen is we'll fill our quota in the spring, and then we will either have a shortened period of time in the fall where bears are legal. We're still going to have bears killed, and they're going to come under DLPs, and it's going to be sort of out of the control of us to utilize those animals because they'll become DLPs. I don't brown bear hunt, but I'm mostly concerned with the fact that there will be a lack of a fall season, which could fall while people are out there moose hunting. They're not going to have an opportunity to fill a brown bear tag because a lengthened spring season took the quota.
Thanks for that insight.
Any additional questions? If not, we should go with the AC testimony.
Okay, my name is Dave Lyon, for the record. I just told you that. I'm the chair of the Homer Fishing Game Advisory Committee. I've been on the committee for over 20 years. I've been the chair for the last 5 or 6 or so. One thing I'd like to say about our committee is that we're incredibly diverse. We don't have any assigned seats, yet we maintain a good demographic composition. We really represent the city and the area of Homer, I believe. When we have meetings, I encourage folks that have reached out to me to come to the meetings. We get a significant amount of local participation, and I have always helped folks write their proposals. Anybody that has a question about how the proposal system works can talk to me. I'll meet them out on my own time at a coffee shop in town or whatever to help them formulate their proposals. And you'll see those from the community of Homer. I really believe that we do our best to represent the community. I listen to everybody. I listen to Fish and Game, and we are significantly affected by the people that do show up to our meetings. So as I go through our positions, you'll see that we're not often unanimous in our decisions. Very often we're closely divided, and sometimes it's so close you don't understand how it could have happened. With a 13-member board and our AC and 2 alternates, and then having a change sort of in the middle of the board cycle when we have elections, and also the arbitrary nature of who is or isn't at a meeting will often affect the leaning of our decisions. But yeah. So just to start off here, I'll go right down it, starting with 55. Cow permits, non-resident bull permits for South Central region units. We were opposed to this. 56, prohibit taking a big game from boats. We were in favor of this 5, but it was 3 against and 3 abstained. Although this was actually a proposal I wrote, we determined that, in our opinion, it was a solution looking for a problem. And in retrospect, we weren't that interested in it. 58, to require hunting orientation for hunting goats in South Central. We were in favor of that. The one opposed said that, orientation is already required for non-resident hunters. Modify restrictions for using ATVs to hunt moose. That's 106, 107. We were in favor with an amendment that also said for proxy eligible hunters, because we felt that was really the intent of the proposal. Making sheep hunts in 7 and 15 registration, 108. We were in favor of that. We felt this was, our votes against felt this was an additional burden on Fish and Game. The AC does not typically support any special archery hunts or special interest hunts. Changing the 116, 117 that had to do with goat hunts, changing the regulation to clarify goat hunters are restricted from taking goats if they take a nanny for 5 years. We supported that. We felt that was pretty much a housekeeping issue. 118, bag limit to include bowls with forks. I think I explained that in my personal testimony, and the AC is right in line with what I felt. We think it would be a bad idea. We're doing really well. Our goats are at carrying capacity, the moose are at carrying capacity. I couldn't testify to the goats. For the extending the TM 549 moose hunting season, 15C south of Point Pogee, we thought that the average harvest for this area is only a couple of moose, and any increase in harvest would be minimal, and we were in favor of that. Reauthorize antlerless in 15C, didn't even discuss it. We're in favor of that without a doubt. Expand the hunt boundaries for the antlerless moose in 15C. We are in favor of that. Over 3,000 people applied for this antlerless moose hunt in the DM 549 area. As I mentioned in my personal testimony, it's very crowded. We'd like to see more room to hunt. Research has shown that although originally this hunt was to try and weed out some of the animals that wintered in Homer so that we'd have less winter kill, this was over 20 years ago. This hunt's succeeded since then. It's very popular. It pretty much is always 25 out of 50 permits. It's about 50% success rate. It's considered a meat hunt by the people in Homer, and it's highly coveted. I call it the front yard hunt. People out of state say, what's your favorite hunt? What do you want to draw? I say, I want to draw the cow hunt in my yard. Reauthorizing the antlerless moose hunt on Calgon was a no-brainer. We were all in favor of that. 132, I don't see that we really, we did consider it. We were in favor of no ceiling requirement for the Calgon Island hunt. However, if we had known that there was likely to be an amendment to try and include all of 15 and all of 7 in eliminating this ceiling requirement, I don't think our vote would have been the same. I think that amending that sort of after the fact and here at the board meeting is unfair to the people that considered this proposal in the first place. Just saying you want to eliminate ceiling requirements for 132 on Calgon Island should not be extended to all of 15 and all of 7. And I can't speak for the AC because they're not all here, but I don't think we would have endorsed that knowing that that amendment was pending. Bag limits for sea ducks, 163, the gist of this proposal runs counter to the discussions the AC has had over the past several months in response to local residents who are not opposed to sea duck hunting but believe the sea duck populations in Kachemak Bay have been in decline for some time. I know you've heard plenty of that, so I'm not really going to go into that. On all the sea duck reduction proposals, we're in favor of all of those except for 168 and 170. Those are harlequins and long-tail duck proposals. After having testimony from our local guides who really said, you know, that if they're going to hunt longtails, it's an all-day adventure. Their clients really only do that for that day. We did not believe that reducing a limit from 2 to 1 was going to be significant in sea duck conservation, but we did believe that it was going to be detrimental to the few guides that operate in our area. Nobody really wants to go out and shoot one duck for all of the effort that they put into it. The 130, renew and update 15C intensive management plan. I'll read you our minutes. The 15C intensive management plan is expired, so the crux of this issue is whether or not a new plan is needed. The proposal is to have an IM plan on the books, but with some housekeeping language that aligns the plan more closely, relates to current conditions and practices. Some of the discussion was on the current 15C moose population. Over the past couple of years, the moose population has been near capacity for 15C's winter habitat, so there's been no need for a wolf control program to restore moose populations to meet objectives. What changes to this plan do is make it more explicit that habitat enhancement can be part of an intensive management program. This might be the most viable option for increasing 15C moose populations. One method for improving moose habitat is a controlled burn. There have been so many big fires on the Kenai in recent years, it's not clear that more are needed. Our biologist pointed out that F&G has no plans now to improve habitat. Those that voted against this proposal felt that we would be better off without an IM plan. 132, I touched on that already. 146, established trapping setbacks on specific trails within Kachemak Bay State Park. Our committee was in favor of this. The trails that are considered here are used very, very minimally during the winter and during trapping season. It's actually quite specific to a trail that goes up to Gruink Lake that is utilized by folks who go ice skating. And so when it's cold and the ice is clear, there is some traffic over there. As soon as it snows, that trail is really not used much more in the winter. But we did feel that this was an applicable spot to have 100-yard setbacks. And as I explained how we do weird stuff, we did not support the trapping setbacks along snow machines and Nordic ski trails in 15C. That's 147. The argument was that we felt that 100 yards was insignificant. A short study with a Labrador Retriever proved that a Labrador Retriever can go 100 yards in about 8 seconds and 5 seconds with a biscuit. So we felt that this was not going to solve the problem. There was support for perhaps the prohibition of Kona bears and kill traps within this area. I do want to make a nod to Sid Wolford because I think that his point and his position was that he would like to have a line where if he is 100 yards from the trail, he's not in violation. And I think that really is the best argument for the setback proposals is that it does give a guideline for trappers, and if they conform to it, they're conforming to it, and it's somebody else's fault if the dog gets caught. I live in a trapped area. I'm careful with my dogs. I think I'm about to the end of it. Although I touched on beaver trapping, I don't need to go over that again. The AC is in favor of closing Deep Creek, Anchor River, Diamond Creek, Fritz Creek. Shortening the coyote trapping season to 7 and 15, that's 158. That would not affect wolf snares. It was pointed out by another testifier. I mean, you can shorten the coyote season, but you're still going to have wolf snares out there, and they're the same things in the same places. As far as, I think my last one is 162, extending the ptarmigan season in portions of 15 to March 31st. This is, to me, akin to the forked horn regulation. It's good management. It's proving to serve its purpose. We have increasing ptarmigan populations in 15C. We've even seen evidence of them around my house, and that hasn't happened in years. Extending it to the later part of the season when the snowpack is harder, there's more snow, access is easier, the birds can get really hard, they're hit really hard. Folks even will take dogs out with them on their snow machines. I think that if we continue to manage our ptarmigan population the way we are right now, with the season the way it is right now, there will be more opportunity to hunt birds early in the season. And then when they begin to pair up and start thinking about nesting, they're going to be left alone. And I am making the assumption that ptarmigan start doing the same thing our spruce grouse do, and I've been seeing spruce grouse challenging my truck on the driveway lately because they're all ready to roll. And I believe that is, 171. Direct Fish and Game to implement a method for accurate reporting of sea duck harvest. We think this is really important and very simple. And when we come back to all the sea duck stuff, as we will constantly, if we have had some sort of an accurate reporting of harvest, we'll have more data. More data is important and relatively simple with very little expense to the department. We did not get specific about a mandatory sea duck reporting, which was proposed. I don't like the word mandatory. I like the idea that we could say, please direct the department to find a way to make this happen. Leave it up to the department to find out what is the most practical. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but I would like to suggest that this is a job to be done. And I believe that is all I have.
Thank you. Questions from board members? A question from Ryan, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Lyons. I just want to make sure I'm clear. When you say mandatory, not tell the department to do this, you're not making that mandatory or not make a mandatory reporting requirement?
As I refer to the language in the other proposal, it said make it mandatory. And the language in our proposal was, let me find it. Direct ADF&G to implement a method for accurate reporting of sea duck harvest. Not mandate AF&G to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Al, you had a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I have two questions. One, Proposal 57 is dealing with dogs being able to retrieve fur animals, and your committee thought there was potential abuses. Could you expound on that a little bit?
To be honest, I don't recollect the entire conversation there. We have, like I say, a diverse committee. I'm not sure what may have been referred to as an abuse. I believe that this proposal is directly related to fur bearers, and my understanding is that for big game animals, you are actually already allowed to use an animal to retrieve it on a leash. I mean, if I wounded a moose, I believe I could take a dog on a leash to go look for it. The fur bearer part of it to me was, I'm not going to say it was confusing, but it's not something that applies to my life. And I'm afraid I don't have specific notes as to who felt it was confusing.
Okay, thank you. And one more, Proposal 116, which is dealing with penalties for taking a nanny. Did your committee even discuss potentially going to Billy's only and get rid of some regulatory language that's always confusing sometimes to people?
No, we didn't. Years ago, when the first nanny penalty, when this was first instituted, we had extensive discussions on it. I think that one of the reasons we didn't even talk about the Billy, limiting it to just Billy's is there is some difficulty for some people. It's not, as has been mentioned, it's not that easy for some people to recognize a Billy and a nanny, although I believe that it can be done if you're a diligent hunter. You spend a little time and see if it squats or not. There is the fact that some folks are only going to hunt goats once in their life, and they may opt to take a nanny, and then they won't be allowed to do it for 5 years. There is also the possibility that, and I know this has happened, folks, friends of mine that are very conscientious hunters have made a mistake, and they would rather keep the goat and sing the sorry song and not hunt for 5 years than get a ticket. I think goat hunters, as a rule, are pretty serious and pretty well informed. The department has great videos and information on identifying nannies and billies. Also, if you go to the Rocky Mountain Goat Alliance, they have great stuff available online. And I think that most goat hunters are similar to sheep hunters, and that they're extremely concerned with the resource and do their due diligence before entering the field.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? Department? If not, thank you for your testimony, and at this time, we're going to take a lunch break until 1:30.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's why we're.
throughout the range. And you can Okay, I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. It's approximately 1:34 PM. We're going back to public testimony, and we have one second call for Chuck Brady. Is Chuck Brady here? Not seeing Chuck Brady, we'll go to Daniel Flores.
Good afternoon, members of the board. A little introduction for the record. My name is Daniel Flores. I was born and raised in Alaska. And I'm coming to you as myself and a part owner of Ninilchik Charters, where we've been a marine transporter in Kodiak for the last 22 years. I'm here to talk about Proposal 73, and I'm going to stick to the non-resident side of the things. I do think the resident tag should be kept at a three bag limit, but the non-resident side, I'm here to talk about how I think it should be reduced to eat 1 or 2 buck only. Realistically, non-residents coming to Alaska to hunt are here to hunt for trophy bucks. There really is no reason for them to be able to shoot 3 trophy bucks or 3 deer or any sex. They should be restricted to bucks only realistically. But we from the Ninilchik Charters have seen a huge increase in drive for deer hunting in Alaska in the last 5 years at least. I've worked in Kodiak on one of our vessels for the last 5 years, and we have seen a big increase in number of people coming to us for deer hunts, and we've seen quite a few. We've had 2 or 3 booking companies come to us trying to buy out our entire seasons, looking to fill our boats. We've declined those offers in the essence of keeping our committed customers around and our client base. But if they don't go to us, they're going to go to somebody else, and we have seen a huge uptick in marine transporters. Why we in my brief experience in Kodiak of 5 years working on the boats, I have seen a big increase in marine transporters in Kodiak. New boats showing up, boats that I've never seen before showing up with camps on their back deck. The 3 buck limit for non-residents doesn't make a lot of sense to me because they're really not taking. Typically, non-residents are not taking all three animals home. I'd say every year I have quite a few non-resident clients come up and try to leave meat with us. And while that meat never goes to waste, and it is always utilized and it goes to residents of Alaska, I would like to see people coming up for that have a little more respect for the game of Alaska. And Alaska residents have that respect for the game we're taking, but non-residents seem to be what they're going after is they're going after the trophy. They don't really care as much about the meat as us. So that's why I really don't think the non-residents should be allowed to shoot 3 deer. Personally, this year I ended the season with 3 legally transferred deer, 3 extra legally transferred deer over to myself, and I only shot 1 because I didn't need the extra meat. But in past seasons, I've ended it with 6 extra deer, where I've sent a lot back to my family and sent to other residents of Kodiak and other residents of the Kenai Peninsula. It seems like non-residents, when they see 3 deer tags, especially anytime a non-resident goes to a state in the lower 48, I'd say most states in the lower 48, their limit is 1 buck only, and most people pick and choose and work harder to get the big buck they want. But in Alaska, because they can shoot 3 deer, they end up shooting shooting a smaller deer just to get one down, and then it seems like they gradually increase, and now I want to shoot a bigger one, now I want to shoot a bigger one. And it seems like, and then they gradually progress to a bigger and bigger animal. They finally get the deer they want, and then the other two seems to go to waste, in my opinion. It looks like I'm just about out of time, but thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions, James?
Hey, Daniel, thanks a lot for coming up here and speaking. That's good testimony that I think all of us are looking for on 73. The other one that I'm interested in hearing, if you had an opinion on, was 74, and it's, if you're not familiar with it, it's the require that meat must be left on the bone when hunting deer in Unit 8. Any thoughts on how that might impact some of the folks going out there?
So for us, it's because we're a transporter, so I can't tell clients what to do. But personally, I leave most of my meat on the bone. The only thing I remove from the bone is the ribs and the neck meat, and the ones that I don't have to take the bone on. All the quarters, for myself, I leave all the quarters in. But I understand the issue with boning out a whole deer on the mountain. It's very hard for troopers and anybody trying to see if there's any wanton waste. I understand there's an issue there. I just don't know what the right aspect it would be. Maybe the forequarters have to stay on the bone, and the rib and the neck meat can be deboned. Maybe something along those lines. But because packing, especially on a deer, we all, if anyone's hunted deer, you know that there's really not a lot of meat on the ribs, and packing back an extra 10 pounds of rib bones is a lot of work. Also, separating the rib bones can be a lot more work versus cutting the bone off. But it's a great topic. It just needs a little more refinement to me. I think it shouldn't be a total blanket ban on boning, but.
Hey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? So when your customer brings a deer back to the boat, they're no longer in the field. And so they can bring it back, with all the meat on the bones and then deal with it on the boat. Do you provide any processing equipment on the boat?
No, in the past, we haven't provided any processing equipment as marine transporters, but just recently, there was new
regulation.
New regulations that allowed us to provide processing equipment. And the only thing I provided this year was a saw, and being able to have we've looked at doing vacuum packers and other stuff, but we haven't really gotten to that point yet where we've really refined a process for providing equipment.
Okay, thank you. Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Daniel, for that testimony. You're really clear on your thoughts on proposal 73. And I don't want to put you on the spot, so if you don't have an opinion on this, feel free to say, hey, I don't know. But, the Big Game Commercial Services Board is going to sunset here. And what are your thoughts on having a designated seat for a marine transporter?
I agree that the Big Game Commercial Services Board should have a designated seat for marine transporters. I feel like the marine transporters are kind of a separate group from other transporters. They need kind of their own voice, and we need maybe our own regulations to define us from other transporters, because we do operate a very different clientele versus a transporter who's just flying a plane.
Thanks for that.
No problem.
And if I could just comment, there is one marine transporter and one air transporter on the board at this time.
Yes, there is.
So, any additional questions? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Karen Linnell. Is Karen here? Well, I tell you what, we'll just hold on her and go to Michael Opine. And we'll get Karen as soon as she gets back.
You got her right this time. Hi, my name is Michael Opheim. I'm the chair for the Solovia AC, but this will be my own testimony here. I wanted to support Proposal 161, to direct the department in doing a study on deer and moving into or transported to the south side of Kachemak Bay. That's something that's actually been looked at quite a bit over the years. It was actually going to be done in '89 before the EVOs happened, and everything was already lined up. People with boats were lined up. Fish and Game was going to help, I believe. And then Exxon happened, and it all kind of went away. Over the years, the Solovia Village Tribe had actually done some studies to see if that habitat in the area is good for deer, and it is. When I worked there at Solovia Village Tribe, we did some habitat and stand surveys, and found that the habitat there is really good. You would have probably similar issues to Kodiak or Prince William Sound, where you'd have winter kill on big winter snows, but I think the way deer bounce back, I think you'd still have some pretty good hunting opportunities for folks to harvest deer. It'd be a good economy booster. I think with the folks being able to come into that area, hunt, and the corporations, the Solovia Native Association and Port Graham Corporation, were actually talking about it as well. And so if you have the landowners that have a good bit of that land in favor of it, it seems like something could be worked out there where some deer could maybe be brought in. And if you have any questions for the work the tribe has done, I'm sure they would be more than happy to send you information. I know the guy there, so I could send you his email or get you in touch with him. And that's kind of all I had.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members?
Oh, I guess the tribe also did send a letter to the commissioner saying they wanted deer in that area as well.
Any questions from board members? Things are pretty clear, thank you. Okay, next on our list is Karen Linnell.
Find my notes. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, my name is Karen Linnell. I'm from Chistachina and currently live in Glen Ellen. As a former Board of Game member, I'm a member of the National Fish Habitat Board. I'm a co-chair of the Western Region Tribal Conservation Advisory Committee, and I also serve on the Tribal Interior Budget Committee. And all of these things are in an effort to bring more money to the state for natural resource management projects, looking at landscape level resource management. These animals and fish know no boundaries. The responsibility for them lies with all of us. And they don't care who owns the land. They travel through federal land, they travel through private land, they travel through state land, and back again. And so looking across and trying to build partnerships and manage across the landscape for what is best for the resource is important to me. And that's why I'm getting involved in some of these other areas. AS 1605-255A7 is some of the responsibilities. The Board of Game is also responsible for habitat improvement and management, conservation, and propagation of game. Also, under K5, it says sustained yield means achievement and maintenance in perpetuity and to support a high level of human harvest. So in perpetuity, and that means it needs to be there for generations, forever. And so I just wanted to call that out as a member of the public yesterday spoke about allocation. That's not your only duty. Your duty is to look at maintaining healthy populations. I didn't get to speak about some of the changes that I've seen yesterday, over the years in change in migration. Nick Jackson spoke a little bit about weather, but we've seen a lot of things happen since, in migration changes since that land disposal at DNR. And then also with Department of Transportation putting that big gully or canyon, if you might, right through Hogan's Hill on the Richardson Highway. It's 50 to 75 feet deep, and it's over a half a mile long. And they have big boulders like this on the side of the road, riprap on the side of the road, and the caribou are supposed to cross there. That was the hot spot for caribou crossing for decades. And now there's nothing there. I really appreciate the proposal regarding about a setback on those crossings and overpass crossings. I'm hoping that we get one there so that the caribou can go back to crossing where they used to. It's something that we brought up as soon as we saw it. When they started blasting that hill, I think I talked with Director Grasser about it as well, and we're looking at shovel-ready projects. It's like, this is one that needs to happen, and I think he's been trying to address it for a while, or at least he's aware of it. And then the other thing is the Nelchina Caribou Herd Feasibility and Assessment report was done in February, and you guys got it yesterday? It's pretty short notice for you folks to be able to read it and understand it. It was published as an RC 26. And in the goals, it talked about harvest objectives and things like that, but it didn't have a goal of a healthy population, and I think that's a modification that needs to be added in there. This plan is promoting harvest-based management and not sustainable population management, and to me, that's a concern. I just had one thing on IAM.
Go ahead.
I was asked about IAM, and if IAM, after I spoke yesterday, if IAM, I thought IAM would help. We have very active trappers out there in various areas, but with heavy snow years like last year, it's impossible. They set their traps and they come back and they got 2 feet of snow on top of their traps. They have to dig them out. They're tying them at the top of the tree. I mean, to be able to trap isn't gonna work. And so they do trap. We have quite a few active trappers throughout the basin, both tribal and non-tribal citizens and visitors from other areas that come out and trap. And so I'm not sure that intensive management is the key to this. It was reported at an AC meeting that most of the, by ADF&G, that most of the intensive management isn't working. I'd like to see that report, but yeah, it's something to consider. High snow made a big difference trapper success.
Okay, well, thank you, Karen. Seeing no questions from the board. And thank you for your previous service on the board. It's always a pleasure to hear from you. Thank you.
Like I said, partnerships are key to success, and we do appreciate working with our neighbors and everyone else, and you as a board. Thank you.
Yeah, Karen, so just before you leave, we agree that we have to work on partnerships and science, so you have our commitment to continue working on science partnerships moving forward, so thanks.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner.
Next on our list is Diane McLean.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, board members, and staff. My name is Diane McLean. I am president of the Kenai Peninsula chapter of the Alaska Trappers Association, or KPTA. Proposal 145 seeks to close hunting and trapping for 1/4 mile from each wildlife underpass along the Sterling Highway. KPTA does not feel this is reasonably enforceable or even necessary, at least here on the Kenai. Nobody we know of focuses on hunting or trapping near these structures. We have seen no data to the Kenai Trappers Association that indicates wildlife congregating in these areas. Trapping is already prohibited for a mile from the Sterling Highway in Unit 15. Proposals 146 and 153, the trapping setbacks for various trails. There are a lot of dog lovers among trappers on the peninsula, and no one wants to catch a dog. These regulations will not solve the problem of catching loose-running dogs. We talked about how far dogs are going to be able to smell. Scent's going to be a lot further than 100 yards. Loose dogs are a threat to wildlife and sometimes to other trail users. Alaska Trappers Association has introduced advisory signs to inform dog owners of trapping activity along trails through active trap lines. And there's a couple of different signs we can talk about if you want to later. These signs are also advising trappers not to avoid setting near areas of high public use. Since implementing use of these signs about 3 years ago, not one dog has been caught statewide along trap lines with advisory signs in place. Proposal 154 would make these signs mandatory. KPTA does not support adding regulation and enforcement to this issue. People are becoming aware of the signs, and ATA will work to expand awareness and use of them. Proposals 155 through 157 would bring various closures on beaver to parts of Unit 17 and 15. KPTA does recognize that beaver numbers are down. The number of lodges is down. KPTA supports state biologists' plans for beaver management, including temporary closures if necessary. We do not support the collection of regulations based on opinions as offered in these proposals. Proposal 160 would apply Kenai refuge regulations for trapping beaver to the entire peninsula. This proposal states that trapping has extirpated beaver in many areas, but it also states that this proposed regulation has worked well on the refuge. KPTA does not support this proposal. The entire peninsula is not Kenai Wildlife Refuge, and beaver populations are low on the refuge in spite of having this regulation. Trapping has been negligible for a number of years as the market for beaver has been significantly depressed. No one is trapping significant numbers of beaver on the Kenai. This regulation makes trapping difficult to nearly impossible for anyone who wants to take their kids out after school, especially when combined with all the other proposed setbacks and closures. KPTA supports a state biologist plan for beaver recovery, up to and including temporary closures if needed. Beaver trapping is a lot of work. Not many trappers are targeting beaver right now because prices on the international market have been very low for quite some time. We interviewed the one trapper who regularly traps beaver in the Homer area and has all his life. Spec Jones stopped trapping beaver several years ago after severe flooding in the Homer area caused high mortality. He has seen and reported some illegal activity in the southern end of the peninsula and has seen many vacant lodges torn open, likely by bears. Beaver in 15A may be down for different reasons, since they require high quality and quantity stands of hardwood, the same as moose. Perhaps the large fires in recent years will eventually benefit beaver as well. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Any questions from board members? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that testimony, Diane. So I'm wondering, how many of your members in the ATA down there are federally qualified?
I don't think any are. I only know one federally qualified active trapper. He's not on the Kenai.
Okay.
I know just because people are federally qualified doesn't mean they're actually out there using the federal season bag limit and system. So I don't know how many to answer that, but I've not known of any in our group.
Okay, thank you.
Diane, do you believe that the voluntary program with signage is going to result, I mean, is it going to spread? Is it going to be applied and
I think so.
and have the results that we're hoping for?
I think I'd like to see it given a chance. The young man who testified yesterday on Proposal 147 trails down in the home area, I got his contact information and I am sending him signs. There's a couple of different types of signs. ATA developed a sign that was more sort of semi-permanent. They were hoping to get them up permanently. They are more comprehensive. They talk to the trappers, they talk to the dog owners. Federal agencies have very specific requirements for what can be a sign on federal lands, and they are not interested in having those signs on federal lands. And I find it hard to believe the Forest Service is on board with this, because some of the signs that were put up on the Chugach were pulled down. I was told by Forest Service. I spoke with the refuge deputy manager. He said absolutely no permanent signs. They are in favor, but won't require temporary signs, but only where the trap line is actually active. So you can't put a sign on the trailhead saying that you're trapping further up. But I do think if we work on it, we can use these signs in a variety of areas. I know of one dog. I heard yesterday there were all these dogs, 6 here, 10 here. We're not hearing about vast numbers of dogs being caught. But I know of one dog that was caught and killed, unfortunately, in the last few years. That dog was well up the Snow River, a place where I would think the trapper probably wasn't expecting to see dogs. Maybe a sign in places, a place like that would kind of get everybody on the same page and alerted to the danger in the area. I think it can improve, and I think it can, we haven't had a dog caught yet where we've had the signs.
Additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Richards.
Oh, not the space bar.
You might be able to use space bar, I'm not sure.
Let me just check. Give me just a second here, Mr. Chairman. Let me get organized here so I don't go over my time. Okay, looks like we're ready. Okay, for the record, my name is Mark Richards. I'm the Executive Director of Resident Hunters of Alaska. We pronounce our acronym RAC. I'm here today supporting our over 3,200 members from across the state. You can read our comments and other proposals. They are PC 272, but today I'm going to solely focus on the board generator proposal 204. For over a dozen years now, the public, including RAC since our formation in 2016, has been submitting proposals to this board requesting limits on non-resident sheep hunters in Unit 19C, expressing concerns over sheep population declines, crowding and conflicts in the field, and fears that if non-resident sheep hunters were not limited, residents would eventually lose opportunity just like they did in the Chugach. The board voted down every single proposal to limit non-resident sheep hunters based on the department position that the full crow selective harvest regulation was sustainable under all conditions. Everything else, the known crowding and conflicts in the field, non-residents taking a vast majority of the sheep harvest each year, took a backseat to profess concerns that limits on non-resident sheep hunters would decrease funding to the department too much and result in less income to guides. The problems surrounding sheep hunting in some areas are not new and have always revolved around unlimited non-resident sheep hunting opportunity allowed by this board. But this board said they needed to gather more concrete data from the public. So they commissioned a sheep survey in 2014 conducted by Dr. Todd Brinkman from UAF. Then after that, they formed a sheep working group comprised of different stakeholders, organizations, and guides. I was on that sheep working group. It was facilitated by Dr. Alistair Bath, who told us all the first day that he had worked with and facilitated group meetings across the world on wildlife issues, even including a group of Palestinians and Israelis, and that every single group that he facilitated, and every single group that he facilitated had always had 100% consensus on solutions. That's how good he said his process was. Well, to absolutely nobody's surprise, the sheep working group was the only group to this day facilitated by Dr. Bath that did not reach 100% consensus on any solutions. The group did agree, however, that residents should have a sheep hunting priority for whatever that's worth. Since 2008, this board has played a stalling shell game. First, it was that we needed more studies in a sheep working group. Then we were told the problem was not unlimited non-resident sheep hunters that they authorized year in and year out. It was too many guides who those unlimited non-resident sheep hunters were required to hire. So in conjunction with the guide industry and the Big Game Commercial Services Board that ostensibly regulates guides, they pushed a convoluted guide concession program on state lands to limit guides, which itself cost more than $200,000 of state money to fund meetings, develop a plan, draft legislation, which never even made it out of committee. Just last year, the Guide Board admitted the past guide concession program was unworkable and are now in the process of again holding meetings for a new guide concession program. The problem is, and always has been, this board allowing unlimited non-resident sheep hunting in certain areas, which itself leads to unlimited guides. This past November, the board deliberated on an agenda change request from RAC, ACR 12, asking yet again to limit non-resident sheep hunters in Unit 19C to draw-only permits with a limited allocation. I wrote an op-ed on that was in the Anchorage Daily News last week, and it is RC 14. Our ACR highlighted known sheep conservation concerns under Criteria 3 and the closure by the Department of the Winter Subsistence Sheep Hunt in RY 20 under Criteria 4. But this board, all of you sitting here today, voted down our ACR 12 unanimously on the grounds that there were no conservation concerns for the sheep population. Shortly after you voted down RAC ACR 12, there was a motion from Member Hoffman to draft a board-generated proposal to completely close Unit 19C to all sheep hunting for 5 years. I was dumbfounded as I was listening. What could such a motion be based on if you guys had no sheep conservation concerns? Well, unbelievably, Member Hoffman stated that his motion to create a board-generated proposal to close down all of Unit 19C sheep hunting for 5 years was based on, wait for it, sheep conservation concerns. This is a perfect example of why we get so frustrated with this board. This board clearly, blatantly did not follow your own policy on ACR acceptance and denying RAC ACR 12. Instead, you manipulated the public process to ensure that only one option was before the public at this meeting, a complete sheep hunting closure for all. We have submitted comments that support Proposal 204 as amended to close only non-resident sheep hunting in 19C. That will ensure that subsistence and resident sheep hunting opportunities aren't impacted. No doubt amendments will be discussed during deliberations, but no way should any restrictions on resident sheep hunters in Unit 19C come out of this meeting, nor should this board continue to allow unlimited non-resident opportunity. If this proposal should pass, it is imperative that you put in place future limits on non-resident sheep hunting opportunity via draw-only permits with a limited allocation. In closing, it is absolutely shameful that this board, after years of voting down proposals to limit non-resident sheep hunters in 19C, would now move to put any restrictions at all on resident sheep hunters, especially after continuing to allow unlimited non-resident opportunity on a known declining population that led to non-residents taking 90% of the sheep harvest last year. With that, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, board members, board support staff, and department, and Commissioner, thank you for being here, Doug. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions from board members? Seeing no questions.
What a surprise.
Well, your testimony was pretty clear.
Mm-hmm.
So you are also going to testify on your own behalf?
I am.
Okay. Perhaps that will generate some questions for you.
Yeah, that one. Thanks, Eddie. Okay, for the record, again, my name is Mark Richards. I live in Fairbanks. This is my personal testimony and not affiliated with any AC or organization. I'm going to talk today about Proposal 78, which I support. This advertisement on this slide is from a Kodiak guide and clearly shows what is going on with the emphasis on skip and bypass the draw permit process. Guides with exclusive concessions within the Kodiak National Wildlife Refuge, where all of these draw permit hunts take place, are allocated these permits to do with as they choose and are not having their clients go through the draw permit process as was originally intended. Here's a concrete example of the non-resident preference in the draw system from a social media post by a non-resident hunter whose dream and goal was to take a 10-foot Kodiak brown bear. I removed his name and all the pictures from his post. He finally got that 10-foot bear in his 5th hunt. The response to the right, lower down to his post from a resident Alaskan, outlines why this board needs to fix this. He congratulates the hunter on his 10-foot bear, but explains that it took him 10 years to draw once, and that the system allowing a non-resident with enough money to hunt whenever they want isn't right. The board heard a similar proposal, Proposal 151 at the statewide meeting last year, asking to close the loophole in regulation that allows non-resident guided hunters to skip the draw permit process in all regions where it occurs. The board voted it down and instead it should be a more specific regional proposal, which is what you have before you now, specific to Unit 8. During testimony on Proposal 151 last year, guides stated that the non-resident guided only draw permits allocated to their individual concession areas were not allocated to them. This slide has a couple quotes from that testimony. On one hand, these permits are not allocated to the guide, but on the other hand, a guide can take a permit off the table. That's like saying, hey, this car isn't mine, but I'll let you drive it. It doesn't really add up. The fact is that under current regulations, these permits are allocated to the guides with exclusive concessions to do with as they wish. Here's further proof. The ad on this slide is for a Kodiak guided only brown bear hunt donated for auction at an organization's event. It is for one of the DB 100 series of draw permits for that guide's exclusive concession area. This draw permit was supposed to be applied for during the previous year's application period, but the guide decided to donate it. Kudos to the guide for his donation, but again, if these permits were not actually allocated to the guides to do with as they wish, then the guide would not be able to do such a thing. As this board is aware, Dr. Bob Castle is suing the board and the state over the constitutionality of the exclusive allocation of up to 40% of all Kodiak brown bear draw permits to non-resident guided hunters under Article 8 of our state constitution. Superior Court ruled against Mr. Castle, who appealed, and the Alaska Supreme Court should hear the appeal within a year. While the case rests solely on the constitutionality of the exclusive up to 40% allocation of permits to non-resident guided hunters, the issue of non-resident guided hunters, unlike resident hunters, being allowed to skip the draw permit process and have a 100% opportunity to hunt does come up. This board has had the opportunity to fix what is going on and change the current regulation. Choosing to not fix this loophole and continue to allow non-resident guided Kodiak brown bear hunters to skip the permit process remains a good message to the courts on just how unconstitutional some of this is. The next slide shows the current regulation that directs how the non-resident guided only Kodiak draw permit process is supposed to work. Even under the current regulation, this board and the department, I might add, are not following the laws intended. Right there in Section 3, it states the department shall enter in this drawing, a completed application from the non-resident who will be accompanied by a guide. That isn't happening. Section 4 Bravo directs how a non-resident who is not chosen in the initial draw may be able to still get a permit as an alternate, stating that only after the successful applicants have been drawn will an alternate list be created. Section 4 Delta is the part that speaks to how it may be possible for a non-resident guided hunter to get an over-the-counter Kodiak brown bear permit, clearly stating that the only way that can happen is if the alternate list is exhausted. All of these above are dependent on that first shall enter into this drawing, which means one must apply in order to hunt. But that isn't happening. This regulation is not being followed as intended. One last thing. I was disappointed in the department comments on this proposal that made it out to be an allocation proposal in order that the department could remain neutral. This proposal is clearly not an allocation proposal. It is only asking that this board ensure that non-residents abide by and participate in the same draw permit process that residents are required to participate in. I hope department staff will explain in their presentation on this proposal some of the issues it creates for them by allowing non-residents to skip the permit process, and especially how that was not the intent of the regulation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Richards? I'm not.
I guess I can't blame you.
Thank you for coming in. Next on the list is Chris Perry. You turn your mic on and push the button. There you go. Now you can start over.
Yeah, hi. My name is Chris Perry. I have lived in the hills above Homer for 40 years. I live across the road from the trailhead for the Watermelon Trail. Please support proposals 145 through 154, all considering trapping setbacks and signage on trails in the Homer and the Cooper Landing area. I would like to firmly say that these proposals are not anti-trapping proposals. I live 2 miles from the Homer city limits. There have been 8 dogs trapped within a couple miles of my home in the last 2 years and 3 more on the McNeil area ski trails this winter. I know 8 of these dogs. 4 dogs were trapped by one trapper and 2 dogs by another trapper in my neighborhood. 1 dog is trapped in a snare for 3 days before release, approximately 100 yards from the owner's property. Most of these traps were set within 50 feet of the trail. My dog is trapped 20 feet off of this trail. There have not been any posted signs of active trapping, and when asked, the trapper has refused to post signage for fear of drawing attention to his activity. Trappers are asked to abide by a code of ethics. This trapper checks his traps only weekly. The trapper's code of ethics asks to reduce possibility of catching non-target animals, trapping ways to minimize conflict with other trail users. They're directed to avoid high recreational use areas near homes, and trails used by hikers, skiers, and hunters. This trapper has got 4 dogs within 50 feet of high-use recreational trails without posting signage of active trapping. He only checks his traps weekly. I can only look to the code of ethics for guidance, and clearly these codes are interpreted differently by different people. Some of the codes of ethics are codified for enforcement's ability, but most are inferred guidance. I believe that this close-to-trail trapping completely conflicts with the bird hunting with dogs and shows complete disregard for the opportunity of this user group. The proposals for 100-yard setbacks in the Homer area are for a very small segment of map trails and was recommended by the trapper representatives. These proposals were unanimously approved by local AC last spring and last minute were opposed in January 23 as being too broad. An AC member falsely stated that this proposal would close trapping on trails from Homer all the way to Ninilchik, and the trails moved often with weather conditions. The small number of proposed map trails in Homer are GPS located and permanent with signage and do not move as some AC members have implied. These trails are maintained by the ski and snow machine clubs, which have no ownership of these trails. Most of the ski trails were never trapping trails. They were developed as ski trails with no motorized vehicles. Many allow dogs without leashes. We're not defending irresponsible dog behavior or management, and all dogs should be leashed or under voice control. I was surprised to see the Alaska Wildlife Troopers comment that these proposals are unenforceable. The trails in Juneau area were accepted for setbacks and have been very effectively managed as multi-use trails. These proposals are only directed toward unethical trappers. I believe anyone wants to I don't believe anyone wants to trap dogs, and every trapped dog is perceived as another mark against trapping. I believe that there is a large majority of Alaska population that believes that even one dog trapped is too many. These proposals give managers the ability to remove problem traps, which they do not have the legal ability to do now, with no clear definitions of code of ethics defining ethical or legal placement of traps. As you know, wolf traps are often placed on existing trails and cannot discriminate between wolf, leash dogs, hunting dogs, dog teams, or people. These traps are completely legal and cannot be removed by anyone, including Alaska Wildlife Troopers. I'd like to make a reference to proposal number 228 from last year's Board of Game meetings, where Alaska Wildlife Troopers comment supports mandatory signage and labeling of traps, stating there are no other ways in Alaska to passively harvest fish and game with unmarked devices except by trapping. Trappers should be held to the same standards as other resource users. Trap and snare ID would greatly enhance Alaska Wildlife Troopers' ability to enforce illegal traps and incidental catches of moose, caribou, and dogs, unquote. These are not anti-trapping proposals. I would suggest they only clarify ethical placement of traps in high multi-use areas and try to minimize conflict between user groups. I believe it is unacceptable for one unethical trapper to close any portion of borough or state land for hunting, dog mushing, or any other public use for any period of time. These are very important proposals to consider and approve of to help trapping industry and users compromise for safe trails and reduce conflicts. Continued and increased conflicts will not help public's perception of trapping, will only make things worse in time. Please support these proposals 145 through 154. Please don't kick this down the road. We're coming to the end of the road. If you have another minute, I do have some information about the Watermelon Trail, which was addressed yesterday. And thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Well, thank you. And my question is, which trails do you have information on?
The Watermelon Trail, Bryn Dar.
Yes, please.
I've lived across from that trail for 40 years. Brandon Dar's testimony yesterday referred to some confusion of trail names around the Watermelon Trail. Kenai Peninsula Borough has granted a prescriptive easement on borough land to the snowmads for the Watermelon Trail. At this time, at this very moment, they're in the process of surveying so they can get exact dedicated easements, i.e. 60-foot easement. The snowmads and the Nordic Ski Club have a close financial and working relationship to develop and maintain trails with maps, permanent signage, and grooming. There's a kiosk at, and has been one present, with maps for maybe 20 years at the trailhead of the the Watermelon Trail. Directly across the road is Ketchimak Alpine Ski Club Rope Tow, which has been there since sometime in the 1960s. On Sundays, there may be as many as 200 cars parked there for alpine skiers and also trail users across the street. Often parents drop the kids off, go downhill skiing right across the road. The same parking lot is access the trailhead to the Watermelon Trail. That's on the north side of the road. I'm almost done here. I also want to say I compromise every day when I decide where to go snowshoeing or hiking. I cannot go to any of the trails I've used for 40 years because of an unethical trapper. Signage does not guarantee that traps are not placed on the trail. I hope it's understood also from Trooper Chastain comments this morning that there is no ordinance for leash laws in the majority of Unit 7 and 15. And I would say that the cost of implementation, I know for a fact, there was an ADF&G and Alaska Wildlife Troopers were called by a trapper to release a dog in January of this month from a trap, to release a dog from a trap in my neighborhood. This is a cost to the department. Thank you very much for your time.
Any additional questions? Hearing and seeing none, thank you again for
Thank you for
your
your time.
testimony. Next up is Celia Quinn.
This is pretty short. My name is Celia Quinn, and I have also lived in the area above Homer for 31 years. I support proposals 145 to 156 and also Prop 160. I support Proposition 145, the quarter-mile hunting and trapping buffers from the new wildlife crossings on the upcoming Cooper Landing bypass. It is not ethical to funnel animals to a crossing where they are then at high risk of being hunted or trapped. In Homer, proposals 146 and 147 ask for 100-yard setbacks for trapping on some trails in Ketchimek Bay State Park and on high-use ski trails in the Homer area. I support both of these, especially since my dog and 3 neighbor dogs have been caught in traps. I will never forget the harrowing screams my dog let out when she was trapped about 30 feet only off of this trail where we were walking, and they don't roam. They don't roam. I live in an area that has low population density, which makes it perfect for dogs to be able to stretch their legs off leash, except for trapping danger. I do not want trappers, to stop trapping, but we just need to understand how to do everything safely. I also support proposals 148 to 153, requesting 100-yard setbacks in other Kenai Peninsula recreational areas and trails. I strongly support Proposal 154, which requests signage where active trapping is occurring. This is a simple and basic safety issue to let people know loud and clear that there is trapping going on in the area. This can be accomplished inexpensively and efficiently by making simple homemade signs. I oppose Proposal 162, which extends the ptarmigan hunting season north of Ketchimek Bay. When I first lived here, I saw good numbers of ptarmigan around my house in the winter. A few years later, I stopped seeing any ptarmigan in our area from 1994 until 2021, a period of 27 years, none. Let's see. In 2015, ADF&G shortened the hunting season on ptarmigan, and it took 6 years before I saw a few birds again. Recent ADF&G spring hatch surveys have shown no birds in our area for many years. The hatch surveys that do show some fresh recruits are in the easterly portions of the unit and should not be used as a good representation of abundance for our area. Please do not approve Proposal 162 to lengthen the ptarmigan season again. These birds need our help. The Alaska Constitution, am I in the wrong place? Hang on. Yes. Okay. 3 additional proposals that I support are numbers 155, 156, and 160 regarding beaver management. I heard testimony from Sid Wolford saying that beaver populations in the southern peninsula are substantially depleted. The Alaska Constitution holds sustainability as the highest priority. I believe it will take substantially longer than 1 to 2 years to rehabilitate this important food source. Lastly, if it's okay, I would like to read a few paragraphs about Proposal 162 from Millie Martin of Homer, who was unable to attend, if that's okay with you. It's short. Okay. In 1980, when we returned to permanently live on our property in the hills above Homer, we frequently saw ptarmigan, especially in the winter. When the snows on Lookout Mountain would deepen, they would come to our land to feed on the willows. I have not seen a ptarmigan in over 25 years, which is sad. In 1994, I researched the Mary Lane Trail that the homesteaders used to access these lands for hunting. They told me that the sky turned white with ptarmigan in the fall when they hiked up here to hunt. The ptarmigan came to feed on the lowbush blueberries that still grow here, but nary a ptarmigan is to be seen now, except recently my neighbor saw a couple of them, and another person got a photo of one. I was honestly thrilled when I learned that hunting of ptarmigan had been curtailed somewhat so that maybe these birds had a chance. But Proposal 162 would reopen it in the spring, which is during nesting season, and they would not have a prayer of survival. Today's snow machines are so fast that ptarmigan cannot outfly them. They are at best short-distance flyers. She says, I beg of you, please vote no on Proposal 162 and help our ptarmigan recover. Millie Martin and I would like to thank you for your consideration of these proposals. Thank you, and gosh, you guys have listened to an awful lot of proposals.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is this the first time you've testified to
Yes.
the board? Well, you did a fine job, so.
Thank you.
You feel free to come back at future meetings.
Okay, oh, I didn't go over time?
Yeah. Okay, so Al,
Anybody?
question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Celia, for coming up here and
Yep.
testifying today. I'm not really from around here, and I was looking at the maps. How do people access the Kachemak Bay State Park?
Oh, you have to go on a boat.
And can they do that in the wintertime?
People who have their own boats can, yeah. They just anchor up across there.
And then they're using those trails out there?
Yes, mostly someone testified to go ice skating up at Gruink Lake.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Additional questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you again
Thank
for
you.
your
You're
testimony.
almost at the end.
Hope you heal.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for that. My crutches wreak havoc everywhere.
Okay, so the next testifier should be Aaron Bloomquist. Is Aaron, did he leave? He wasn't feeling well. Okay, so, and you're not going to substitute for him, Sam? Okay, just want to make sure. And then Dan Montgomery, and he is feeling well, so. Okay. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Chairman Burnett and fellow board members. I'm testifying for the Matt Valley AC. My name is Dan Montgomery. I'm Vice Chair of Game for that committee, and I've served on that committee for 12 years. I have made a record copy, number 21, of all our AC votes on proposals we took up for easy reference on how we voted in any particular proposal. We have one major complaint to make, and that is regarding the extremely late posting of department comments on proposals. This problem has got progressively worse over the last 8 years. We believe it is the board's policy that department comments get posted 60 days before the comment deadline. This policy enables the ACs and the public time to read them, make better informed decisions on the proposals. The department's first comments on 47 of the 154 proposals were posted on February 7th, 25 days before the March 3rd deadline, after we had already met twice to review the proposals. The department posted 55 comments after February 21st. We had already met for our fourth and final time, and 35 of the last postings were done with 4 or less days before the deadline. Many of the people in the ACs that have testified here have mentioned a lack of enough information to make decisions on these proposals. We know the Anchorage AC is very frustrated by this problem also. It is impossible for the ACs to make informed, thoughtful decisions on many of these proposals without knowing the department's comments. We urge you to please push for the department to post these comments 60 days in advance of the deadline in the future. There are some proposals we felt needed more commenting on. Proposal 70 creates an antlerless elk registration hunt on Raspberry Island. We amended this proposal to make it for residents only. We do not think it's appropriate for non-residents to participate in a strictly meat hunt. They have plenty of cow elk hunts they can participate in the lower 48. We strongly recommend that that this proposal be for residents only. We voted on our amended proposal with that recommendation 12-0. Proposal 72 establishes an archery drawing permit for elk on Raspberry Island. We supported this proposal 11-1. We don't normally support archery-only hunts, but hunting rutting, bugling elk is one of the most thrilling hunts there is, and we strongly supported this one. Proposal 73 reduces the bag limit for deer in Unit 8 remainder. We amended this proposal to limit non-residents to 1 deer and leave the resident bag limit the same. Proposal 74 requires that all meat be left on the bone when deer hunting in Unit 8. We voted unanimously against this one. It is poorly written, almost impossible to enforce, and totally unnecessary, and it eliminates any processing of meat on a boat. Proposal 78 requires brown bear hunters in Unit 8 to all apply for drawing permits. We are very divided on this one. We voted 7-5 in support. A slim majority believe residents and non-residents should be treated the same in the drawing process and that non-residents get too many permits. The minority believes the current program works well and doesn't need fixing. On Proposal 79, gives unused non-resident brown bear permits in Unit 8 to resident hunters. This was another one that we were divided on. We voted 5-6 with 1 abstention to oppose. This same proposal has been proposed before and failed. Again, the current program works well. It doesn't need to change. Proposal 82 adds an additional area to existing 14C sheep hunt units. We supported this one 9-4. The members that were opposed were archery hunters that thought it might reduce the number of rams available to them in October in the area-wide archery hunt. Also, a large portion of this unit that encompasses at least 50% of the prime hunting area was deeded to the to the Clutton Native Corporation in 2022. And also, this occurred in 14A across the Knik River with the same result. Proposal 83 reopens the late rifle hunt in 14C. We strongly supported this one, 11-1. A number of our committee members have participated in this hunt before it closed and thought it was a great opportunity and a quality hunt. With a low number of permits it reallocates to this late season, there's no chance of overharvest and no increase in the overall number of permits for the area. Proposal 84 splits the existing archery-only hunt, sheep hunt, into 2 different hunts, one opening earlier than the other. We voted to oppose this one 3-6 because it would create poor hunting for the second group of hunters, and hunters could possibly push rams into the adjoining rifle areas that would be open at this time. Proposal 208 Proposal 208 corrects mistakes the department made in implementing Proposal 149 from the statewide meeting last year. Passed at the statewide meeting. We unanimously supported this one 11-0. We believe that permits in all areas should be implemented as proposed in 149. It is a very fair allocation. We supported all of the reauthorizations for antlerless moose seasons. We believe that this doesn't automatically make permits available to the public, but it lets the department decide if they are necessary. We also supported all of the grizzly brown bear tag fee exemptions. We strongly support almost all increased harvest opportunity in both brown bear and black bear in Unit 14C. We generally don't support new archery-only hunts, but we never support any proposal that would convert a general hunt into an archery-only hunt. Proposal 105 limits hunters to 1 registration permit at a time in Units 7 and 15. We amended that proposal to make it 1 per species and supported it 8-1. Proposal 136 extends the brown bear registration season in Units 7 and 15. We thought this was the best of the proposals to lengthen the season, and we supported it 10-1. Proposal 204 would close the sheep season in Unit 19C for 5 years. We opposed this one unanimously, 11-0. We thought this was too drastic. A shorter time period or draw permits or registration permits would work better. The fact that there has been no sheep surveys done in this area for 3 years, even when the department is aware there is probably a severe problem with the population, was very concerning to us. We believe there should be an all-out effort to make a survey this year, no matter what, and make informed decisions from its results. Thank you for your time, and I can answer any questions you might have on other proposals.
Thank you, Dan. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your longtime service and outstanding AC award that you received. 203, did you guys have a chance to discuss that? That was the you know, the Anchorage area, disabled hunt, Kincaid Park.
We did discuss that one. Let me see real quick what our votes were on it. I got it here. I think I got it on my other file here. Nah, I don't see it. Anyway, let me look it up. Yeah, here it is. 203. We voted 10-1 in support of that one. Yeah, we thought it was a limited opportunity, and it would be an opportunity to hunt some of those moose that even cause a problem sometime in the town there. Yep.
Would it be possible for your AC to, if something like that was to pass, to send a letter of support to the Anchorage Assembly and Mayor?
We could.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Dan? You're getting off easy, Dan.
Yeah. You guys are done.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your testimony. I don't think there's anyone we missed that's on the list. And so I believe that concludes our public testimony. At this time, we're going to take a break, which will probably run 15 to 20 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, so we get the department time to set up and get the members ready to start deliberations. Is there anything we need to come before us before we get to that point? You're all, and your folks are here and ready for.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to roll.
Thank you. Okay, we're on recess. Okay. Annie, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so no presentation for this section, I mean, like the overview, but then when we get to Cordova, there will be a management overview by Sharp West.
So we're going to go right, starting with that one in just a second. Okay, you ready? Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting of the Board of Game back to order. It's approximately 3:16 p.m. Before we start on deliberations, I want to thank the public for their testimony and the interactions with the board. It's always helpful. Thank the staff for their work on this. But I want to remind the members that as we're discussing each of these proposals, we want to make sure that we create a good record of our decision and it's clear to the public on the record why we're making the decisions we're making. So I want to have some good debate on anything that's controversial and good explanation on things that we're all in accordance with. So with that, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 55, reduce resident cow permits and non-resident bull permits for Southcentral region units.
Second.
The proposal's been moved and seconded. The department response on Proposal 55, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Cindy Wardlow. I'm the Regional Supervisor for South Central Alaska, Region 2. With me at the table is Jeff Sellinger, our Regional Management Coordinator. The proposals we'll be going through are found in RC4, tab 2.1. And Jeff will be walking you through proposals 55 through 58 and 200.
Okay, before we get started on the proposals, through Chairman Burnett, I thank all the board members for the time and efforts you guys put and dedicate to the regulatory process for our wildlife resources. And I also want to commend the board, for their professionalism and patience throughout the entire public testimonial period. Today I'll present the Alaska Department of Fish and Game's assessments and recommendations for the region-wide and multiple units proposals, and those include 55 through 58 and Proposal 200. And as Cindy said, a copy of the presentation is available in RC4, tab 2. Proposal 55. This proposal asks to decrease the number of resident cow permits issued and to issue a minimum number of non-resident bull permits throughout South Central region. It's a public proposal, and the department's recommendation is to oppose. One of the concerns the proposer mentioned is that the number of moose vehicle collisions in the Matanuska Valley, Anchorage, and Kenai Peninsula. Moose vehicle collisions vary annually due to numerous factors, including weather conditions, visibility, lack of daylight, road conditions, vehicle speed, vehicle volume, and snow depth. The recorded roadkill number of moose between 2010 to 2019 in the Matt Valley, it averaged 303 annually, with a range of 226 to 359. In Anchorage, it averaged 99, with a range of 70 to 119. And on the Kenai Peninsula, it averaged 223, with a range of 168 to 264. During regulatory 2022, there were numerous opportunities for residents to harvest cow moose and for non-residents to obtain bull moose draw permits in South Central region units. Most of the opportunity occurred in Unit 14C. And I'll read through a fairly extensive list here, but I will follow it up with a summary of all the opportunities combined. There were 8 draw hunts open to residents and non-residents in 14C. Up to 885 permits could be issued for all hunts combined. 4 hunts were for bull only, 3 were for either sex, and 1 was antlerless only. A total of 121 permits were issued, 32 bulls and 20 cows were harvested. There was also a 1 bull only draw hunt open to residents and non-residents in 14C. Up to 60 permits were available, 40 permits were issued, and 17 bulls were harvested. 2 bull-only draw hunts open to residents and non-residents in 14C. Up to 100 permits were available, 20 permits were issued, and 4 bulls were harvested. 1 bull-only draw hunt open to residents and non-residents in 14C. Up to 25 permits were available, 3 permits were issued, and 0 bulls were harvested. 2 antlerless draw hunts open to residents and non-residents in 14C. Up to 100 permits available, 113 were issued, 4 cows and 2 bulls were harvested. 1 antlerless draw hunt open to residents only in 14C. Up to 70 permits were available, 35 permits were issued, 12 cows were harvested. 2 antlerless draw hunts open to residents only in 14C. Up to 120 permits were available, and 10 permits were issued, 8 cows were harvested. And finally, 1 antlerless draw hunt open to residents and non-residents in 15C. Up to 100 permits are available, and 50 permits were issued, 29 cows were harvested. Now, if we look at the total permits issued and moose harvested by residents and non-residents for the 18 draw hunts I just referenced, there was a total of 760 permits available, 292 issued, which represents 38% of the possible total we could have issued. 276 or 94% of those went to residents, 16 went to non-residents. And for harvest, the residents took 52 males, 68 females, and non-residents took 4 males and 1 female. So the total resident harvest equates to about 96% of the total harvest in all those hunts combined. And to summarize, this proposal asks to decrease the number of resident cow permits issued and to issue a minimum number of non-resident bull permits. It's a public proposal. The department's recommendation is to oppose. If adopted, this proposal would reduce opportunity for both residents and non-residents to harvest moose. The department has the ability to modify numbers of permits issued based on the status of moose populations in the different hunt areas. The department monitors the status of the moose population in these areas on a regular basis using various techniques. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Board discussion. Proposal 55. Go ahead, Al, you can start.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll break the ice for the start of this meeting. I'm not really in support of this. I think this, as a region-wide proposal, is much too broad, and I don't think having that broad perspective really accomplishes anything. I think it needs to be done, focus on certain hunts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Al, and I'm going to kind of echo your comment there. You know, we have worked on each of these areas specifically and set hunts for a number of different areas, and the department monitors each of the areas separately, works to establish the appropriate numbers of permits, both cow and bull permits. I'm not interested in increasing the number of non-resident permits for moose in a highly populated area where moose are an important food item for the hunters that are hunting here and not specifically a trophy species. So that part of it, I'm not terribly in favor of setting a minimum number of non-residents. So I think it should continue to be managed on an area by area specific method, and I think the department has sufficient direction to do a good job of that. Additional comments? James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm leaning that direction also. You know, one of the concerns was the moose vehicle collisions, and in some areas of the state, the cow permits are issued in order to decrease the number of vehicle collisions, and so it seems counterintuitive for us to reduce the number of cow permits in order to decrease the number of vehicle collisions. And so for that reason, I'm probably not going to support this.
Additional comments, intent from board members?
Call the question.
A question has been called.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 55. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 56, prohibit taking of big game from boats in Units 6, 7, and 15.
Second.
Proposal 56 has been moved and seconded. I'd like to hear from the department.
Thank you, Chairman. Proposal 56, this proposal would make it illegal to take big game from a boat in units 6, 7, and 15. It's a public proposal, and the department is neutral on this one. Currently, it is unlawful to take big game from a boat in units 1 through 5. However, a person with a physical disability is defined in 1605-940 may hunt from a boat with under the authority of a permit issued by the department. It is also unlawful to take black bears from a boat in Unit 6D. However, a person with a physical disability is defined in 1605-940 may hunt from a boat under the authority of a permit issued by the department. A couple of definitions pertinent to the proposal include big game. Big game means black bear, brown bear, bison, caribou, Sitka black-tailed deer, elk, mountain goat, moose, muskox, Dall sheep, wolf, and wolverine. Big game for the purpose of a youth hunt does not include bison or muskox. The definition of a boat means a vehicle, vessel, or watercraft operated on water deep enough to float it at rest and includes hovercraft, airboats, personal watercraft, and amphibious vehicles. Proposal 56, again to summarize, the proposal would make it illegal to take big game from a boat in units 6, 7, and 15. It's a public proposal. The department is neutral. The department does not collect data for the number of hunters who actually shoot big game from a boat in units 6, 7, and 15. If adopted, for those individuals, it may be some loss of opportunity to harvest, but they would not lose opportunity to hunt. If adopted as written, this regulation would apply to all marine waters, inland lakes, ponds, rivers, and streams in units 6, 7, and 15, and would apply to all big game species. Thank you.
Thank you. One quick question for you. Black bears are prohibited in a portion of Unit 6 from shooting from a boat. Do you recall the history of that? What the reason for that prohibition?
I do not know the whole background. I mean, there was concerns for lack of animals there, when the tunnel went through from Whittier. And, I would kind of defer that conversation. We'll let Charlotte handle that. She's really up on that when she comes up, and maybe she could provide more clarity.
Okay. Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I remember correctly on that, Jeff's right, the tunnel was going in, there was some conservation concerns with the increased boat traffic over there, so they were trying to maybe limit the black bear harvest a little bit there, but as it pertains to Proposal 56, I don't intend to support the proposal. There's a lot of pretty common practices, paddling canoes along lakes, floating down rivers, things like that, hunting moose, and the proposal never really stated a problem. It was just like a blanket closure but never stated an issue that he was trying to solve. So at this time, I'm not going to support the proposal.
Jake?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to agree with Member Keo on this. We heard a lot of public testimony about it, and I'm inclined to believe that it's a solution, but we didn't have a problem to begin with.
If I could ask the Department of Public Safety a question here. Have we had any reports of safety issues, people shooting from boats in this area that's significant?
Mr. Chairman, not to my knowledge, but there is a lot of vessel traffic out there during this time of the year.
Thank you. Any additional discussion from from board members? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add a little bit. To your first question, the history, this is a case in Southeast as well. There, and similar reasons, as Member Kehoe mentioned, certain areas we've identified places that we have conservation concerns, but also, the gorilla in the room is wounding loss as well, and having a steady platform and being able to take game cleanly. The other, I would ask a question of the board, just to clarify that this is a methods and means for big game. We are, you heard mention of disability permits that we are able to issue, and I just want to make sure it's clear on the record that you are not prohibiting our ability to issue those permits.
Yes, I think that's understood, that we would continue to, the department will always be able to issue the disability permits, even if this prohibition were put in place. Any additional discussion or intent on this? Hearing none.
Call the question.
The question has been called on Proposal 56.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 56. Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Barrett.
No.
Mr. Keough.
No.
Ms. Cusack.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 57, allow the use of dogs to track and retrieve dead or wounded fur animals in Units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15.
Second.
Proposal has been moved and seconded. Can I hear from the department?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal would allow the use of dogs to track and retrieve dead or wounded animals or fur animals, in Units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15. It's a public proposal, and the department's recommendation is neutral on this one. It is illegal to take fur animals using a trap, snare, net, fish trap, or dog, except in Unit 20D. A dog may be used to hunt coyotes after registering with the department, and the department may use its discretionary authority under 5 AAC 92.052 as needed. Fur animal means a beaver, coyote, Arctic fox, red fox, lynx, flying squirrel, ground squirrel, or red squirrel that has not been domestically raised, and a fur animal is a classification of animals subject to taking with a hunting license. Currently, it is legal to use dogs to retrieve waterfowl and small game. Adopting this proposal would have no impact on fur animal population if dogs are only used to track and retrieve mortally wounded or dead fur animals. In summary, this proposal would allow the use of dogs to track and retrieve dead or wounded fur animals in Units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15. It's a public proposal, and the department recommendation is neutral. Using a dog to track or retrieve dead or wounded fur animals will now have no biological impact on those populations. If adopted, the department would recommend adopting a similar regulation at the next statewide meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I was just reading your background here, that's illegal to take fur animals by using a trap, snare, net, fish trap, or dog. Retrieving a wounded or dead animal is not taking that animal. Taking the animal is wounding it or killing it in the first place. So I'm wondering if that's been enforced as being illegal in current regulation. Taking is not, taking is defined as the original act in statute. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. From a statewide perspective, I don't believe that's been enforced as illegal. I'm not aware of it anyways.
Go ahead.
Same as the deputy commissioner.
Yeah, so I'm thinking this is actually more of a technical cleanup, to make it clear that it's legal. Just from my perspective looking at it, because the action of taking has already occurred at the time that's done. So, I'd like, hear discussion from other board members. Ed Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you caught that. Not me, that was a good one. Yeah, I was originally had intent to support this. I thought the proposer made really good comments in his proposal, and I didn't feel like there was, it would be really limited to anybody potentially trying to abuse this. So I agree with you on that, and I would intend to support this.
Additional comment? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, I have some concerns on this proposal. One is how it is going to interface with ongoing trapping. You kick a dog loose to go try to retrieve something, and now all of a sudden, now we've created another conflict. We've just spent the last 3 days asking questions and hearing testimony, both pro and con, to putting dogs on leashes. And now we're creating something where we're turning a dog loose to run around the woods. So unless this thing's amended, I don't intend on supporting it as written.
Commissioner.
Yeah, so this discussion's been kind of interesting, but I went back to statute here and read the definition of take. Take means taking, pursuing, hunting, fishing, trapping, or in any manner disturbing, capturing, or killing, or attempting to take, pursue, hunt, fish, trap, or in any manner capture or kill fish and game. So I would think that using a dog to capture a wounded animal would fall under take, in my reading of this.
Of course, it's already been.
I would look to law.
It's been taken once already. I mean, can you take it twice?
Mr. Chair, these are really interesting questions. I think that you're addressing a key question, and that is the board needs to be really clear on what's allowed and what's prohibited so that the Alaska Wildlife Troopers and the hunters and trappers know what they can and cannot do.
I would prefer that the board make that decision rather than relying on what you think that the definition of take means.
I agree with you. I just want to make it clear that I think people probably may, especially with a dead animal, retrieving it, it's clearly already been taken. So I think we do need to clarify this to make sure one way or the other. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, so just to build on that record some more, if it's a dead animal, it counts as your bag limit. It's been taken. So regardless if the dog retrieves it or helps you retrieve it, is kind of mute. And we do have other certain places in the state where a wounded animal counts as a bag limit also. And so that point, but there are areas where the wounding doesn't count, but you've attempted to take it. And so you've made the statutory definition of take. You've made that. Now you're just in the process of trying to retrieve it.
Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you. Just to add some more confusion to this, someone could do this with a dog thinking they wounded an animal and never even wounded it. So we end up in a situation that's not legal.
That's why they use the word attempted to take in there also.
That's right, because take does include attempting to take, so it is an interesting legal issue that we do need to make sure that people understand what they can do clearly. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member Hoffman, he hits to my concern of this proposal. So as it's originally written, I'm inclined to not support it. However, I am inclined to support it with an amendment to add language that establishes some sort of physical leash with a specific distance to the dog itself, so that if you were not, you didn't hit the animal, that you're not actually now going and chasing down the game with the animal itself.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make an amendment to this proposal to amend it to include a tether up to 100 feet attached to the dog. And I know we got an RC from, I believe it was the proposer, opposed that, but this is a way to get this actually in and
Second.
to see how it goes.
So we have an amendment moved and seconded to require that the dog be tethered with a tether not greater than 100 feet in length, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? I see deep thought. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I feel a lot more comfortable with that. And I want to make sure that the intent is that the person who has done the taking is the person that the dog is connected to with the leash. It's just so we're clear about that, and that, you know, obviously an electronic leash is not the same as a physical leash, and so.
Okay, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Member James mentioned, he made the comment that the person that took the animal is the one that's got the dog trying to retrieve, and I don't think that'll happen in all cases, that, you know, somebody might provide a service for tracking. And being in the woods as much as I have, or as little as I have, you know, having a dog on a leash is not always a very happy time. It could be pretty eventful. So I'm going to sit back and let some more discussion on that before I decide one way or the other.
Jake?
Hey, thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't think I'm going to support that amendment. I'm having a hard time, you know, trying to decide the difference between a dog picking up a crippled ptarmigan and, you know, this particular situation.
Okay, Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, one of the differences I see is that we're creating a new opportunity here to utilize a dog to try and retrieve something. And I guess my intent with the amendment is to make sure that we're retrieving and not pursuing. Because it would be really simple to say, oh, I hit something. You saw a lynx track, a fresh lynx track, for example. And, oh, I've shot something, and you turn the dog loose on the track, and he trees the cat, and you go shoot it. You know, that's not the intent, or at least not my intent with trying to pass this proposal. But if you're tethered, and I don't know that you necessarily have to be tethered to the individual that did the original take, but you have to be tethered to somebody to attempt the retrieve, was what I was trying to get at.
James?
Yeah, I agree. I agree with Member Brett and Member Kia. That makes a lot more sense. I guess there might be an instance where, you know, the person who's doing the taking in the field perhaps doesn't have physically the dog with them and needs someone to bring it out to them. And in that instance, I get it. I mean, that might not make a whole lot of sense.
Okay, thank you for that. Any additional discussion on the amendment?
Call the question.
Question's been called on the amendment. Would you poll the board, please, Christie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on that amendment to require the dog to be tethered with a tether of up to 100 feet. And just to clarify, that's not necessarily to the person doing the taking, but somebody who's accompanying the hunter or trapper. So if I have that correct on the amendment, Mr. Barrett,
No.
Mr. Keough,
Yes.
Ms. Cusack,
No.
Mr. Fletcher,
No.
Chairman Burnett,
No.
Mr. Hoffman,
Yes.
and Mr. Cooney.
Yes.
The amendment fails by a vote of 3 yeas to 4 nays.
That brings the full proposal back before us. And additional discussion on the proposal. Jake, did you have?
So as of right now, is there any situation where a fur bear or a fur animal can be retrieved that's wounded with a dog legally?
I think the answer to that question is only by disabled people.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning or afternoon, whatever today is. For the record, Natalie Weber with the Division of Wildlife Conservation. Through the chair, it's currently legal to do exactly what the proponent is asking for beaver, coyote, both kinds of fox, lynx, and all kinds of squirrel if they are taken during an open hunting season with a hunting license. The proponent is asking to be able to do the same things for all of the animals, including those I just listed, that you can take during a trapping season with a trapping license in your pocket.
Go ahead, Jake.
Thanks for that clarification.
Any additional discussion on this? Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Natalie, is any action needed by this board on this proposal?
Through the chair, Member Keough, the proponent is sorry, let me take a step back. The answer is yes. The proponent is asking to be able to do all of those things with a trapping license during an open trapping season. So currently, if you harvest a fox during a trapping season with a firearm, lots of people do predator calling. If you harvest that fox with a firearm, it dies, you watch it jump into the brushes, you know you hit it good, you've got a lot of blood, and you have your dog with you who's trained to retrieve those animals, you can't use it. The proponent is asking to be able to use the dog to retrieve that dead animal.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay, so I'm a little confused because the terminology in this proposal is fur animal and trapping would be fur bearer. So
So is fur animal currently in the state definitions? That's fur bearer. Right. So in order for this to be effective, it would need to be amended to say fur bearer, correct? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to include fur bearer. I want to keep it as the proposer asked for fur animal, which he probably didn't realize it was currently lawful to do it already. So we're trying to clarify for the department and wildlife enforcement that, yes, that's the intent. As it's written in the codified right now, it's lawful to do that.
Okay. Go ahead, Natalie.
Well, Mr. Chair, it appears I stand corrected. It is currently not legal, according to our handy dandy, to do this. So if the board wants to allow exactly what I just talked about you with regards to ignore my comments about trapping for fur animals, you do need to take action on the proposal, yes.
So fur animal is defined as trapping?
Negative, fur bearer is defined as trapping. Fur animals applicable to hunting.
Right, so it would, if we wanted this to apply to trapping under a trapping license, it would have to be amended to be fur bearer. It currently would be legal for most species and their hunting license under any, without any changes. Go ahead, Al.
My intent is to build a record that this is lawful for fur bearers. I have no intentions of supporting fur animals. I have no intentions of supporting fur bearers. And as far as I know, the handy dandy is not a legal document.
Yes, I understand that. But, but we're having a lot of fun here. But the question is, do we support what this person wants to do? And then the commissioner has something to comment.
I just urge you also to build a record around the fact that this is around retrieving a dead or wounded animal, that you're not intending that if somebody shoots at an animal and they send their dog after it, if that animal's not wounded or dead, you can't then take that animal. So just build that record for us so that enforcement knows what they're doing here.
Right, exactly. I think, any additional discussion on that? Ostosh?
Yeah, thank you. If this is confusing us here now, I don't think it's going to get any better when we try to put it into real motion. So we've been getting along without it. I don't see the need for it. I'm not going to be in support of this proposal.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Member Hoffman there. I can't support it. I actually think we're creating a whole nother conflict with an established activity that's already currently going on during the wintertime. That'd be trapping. Thank you.
Okay, Al.
I think if I got this right, if you're not voting, you'd have to make a motion to prohibit the use of dogs for retrieving, because it's currently lawful for animal.
No fur animals. Okay, so that said, go ahead, Lynn.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So if it's currently legal, then what action, why are we wrapped around the axle on this?
Okay, that being said, I think it's time to call the question on the proposal that's before us.
Call the question.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on Proposal 57. Member Keough.
No.
Ms. Kuziak.
No.
Member Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Brett.
Yes.
That proposal fails by a vote of 1 yeas to 6 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 58, require hunter orientation for hunting goat in South Central Region units.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Department comments on Proposal 58.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal would require hunters to complete goat hunter orientation prior to hunting goats in units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15, and asks for the orientation and quiz to be available online. It's a public proposal, and the department is neutral. All goat hunting opportunities in units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15 are managed through drawing or registration permit hunts. The number of permits available for some hunts are based on goat points. In most units, the harvest of billies count as 1 point, and the harvest of nannies count as 2 points. There are also numerous hunts with an unlimited number of permits available, but the seasons may close when a predetermined number of goat points or individual goats are harvested. During regulatory year 2022, permits were issued for 34 goat drawing hunts and 38 goat registration hunts throughout the South Central region. Of those, only 4 required goat hunter orientation and passing a quiz. Overall, goat populations in units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15 are at the least stable, and managers can modify the number of permits issued annually based on their most recent survey and harvest data. In summary, this proposal would require hunters to complete goat hunter orientation prior to hunting goats in units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15, and asks for the orientation and quiz to be available online. It's a public proposal. The department recommendation is we are neutral. The department supports hunter education efforts. If, however, managers believe there is a need for goat hunter orientation or passing a quiz, they can include that requirement as a condition of the permit. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Board member discussion, go ahead, Ruth.
Yes, how long would it take a person to take this test online? How many minutes?
Member Cusack, through the chair, it would depend on the type of quiz and orientation that were put together. Currently, some of these, an hour, hour and a half, of course, it's going to depend on the individual that is taking the quiz and how much understanding they have of, the points being made.
Thank you.
To ask you, there are areas of the state where this this type of thing is required already. Can you tell us about the effectiveness of those in reducing the take of nannies?
I'm going to defer to Ryan on that one.
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, we have seen a positive effect in many of the places. And it does, I mean, there's all kinds of variables, not dissimilar to the last proposal we went through, but we could think about all the different moving parts. But overall, it makes a positive impact. It did not likely, it does not make the same impact if you have a penalty in place. You know, there's a requirement to take this, and we have a great quiz. After the Southeast meeting, we talked about updating it just because we've had some of the same images and things like that. We get very good comments about it. It's not quite as effective as a penalty for harvesting a nanny. However, it does help.
Okay, and following up on that, billy-only hunts, do we have an idea of how many mistakes are made and how many citations are issued in areas where it's required to be billy only?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not aware of any billy-only hunts. There's a nanny penalty. So, you know, if people, most goat hunters strive to take a nice billy. I mean, it's hard, right? I mean, goat hunting's right up there with sheep, and so they want to take the time. And if they harvest a nanny, and they can be very difficult. I've looked at lots and lots of mountain goats, and I don't always get them either. So there's a penalty, not a billy-only hunt.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was online. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, there's currently no billy hunts, but we just passed one in Southeast, the last go-around for non-residents. I don't really, I'm not going to support this. I think if we had a billy opportunity only, that this would be a valuable tool. I've taken that test. I thought it was very informative, and I've hunted lots of goats before. And, you know, people that want to educate themselves like I did myself, there was no mandatory deal. I went and took it, and it was valuable. But it'd be more valuable when we could get to billy only and get out of these crazy EOs because, you know, somebody decided to shoot a nanny and we have a conservation concern on them.
So, you know, the board may entertain an amendment to this to add a nanny penalty if you were interested in doing something like that. We were just told that they're very effective. I don't know what other people would think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for trying to lead me into that, but I'm also not really supportive of allowing somebody to harvest a nanny and then penalize somebody in the future or themselves.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pratt. Any additional discussion on this? James, what do you think? Requiring education?
I'm just not seeing that there is currently a problem. That's the whole issue with when you read the whole thing. It's that there may be in the future, and so from my understanding, there isn't currently a problem, and so for that reason, I'm probably going to be opposed to it.
Okay, Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think there's a lot of information out there that's available if a hunter wants to, you know, be inundated and become a better judge of whether it's a nanny or a billy. But as of right now, I don't think we need to require it.
Okay. Any additional discussion? Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add to the discussion a little bit, you know, we're pretty darn conservative when it comes to harvest management with mountain goats. We've learned a lot over the last several years about goats, and we will be talking extensively about point allocations. For every 100 goats you see, you get 6 points, and 2 points for a nanny, 1 point for a billy, and that helps. It doesn't remove all the nanny harvest, but it keeps it down at a pretty dull roar. So we approach it very conservatively in the beginning.
Ruth?
I'm going to support it. I think it doesn't hurt to be educated. And I honestly don't think it takes that long to take the test. When we were down in the southeast, I asked, and he said it'd take 10 minutes. So, you know, it's education doesn't hurt anything, and somebody could do it like, you know, in an hour.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? If not,
Call the question.
question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 58. Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keel?
No.
And Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
That proposal fails by a vote of 2 yeas to 5 nays.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 200, create a moose hunt in the South Central region for seniors over the age of 65 with ADF&G permanent ID.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I have to declare conflict because I'm over 65 and would specifically benefit from a hunt of this type, potentially, so. Yeah, I think the commission needs to stay out of it. I'm not sure if there's anyone else here, but department?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This proposal would create a moose hunt in units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15 for seniors with an Alaska Department of Fish and Game permanent identification card. Season dates would be September 26 through 30, with no proxy hunting allowed. It's a public proposal, and the department recommendation is to oppose. As a quick reminder, there are no moose in Unit 8 that we know of, so this proposal would only pertain to Units 6, 7, 14C, and 15. There are currently opportunities to harvest moose in the South Central regions between September 26th through the 30th through drawing, registration permits, and a few general season hunts. For specific numbers, there are currently 9 drawing hunts, 3 registration hunts, and 3 general season hunts that encompass those dates of September 26th through 30. Illegal bull to harvest varies between the permit hunts, but it is usually limited to a specific antler configuration for the general season hunts. And in conclusion, this proposal would create a moose hunt for units 6 through 8, 14C, and 15 for seniors with a Alaska Department Fish and Game permanent ID. Season dates would be September 26th with no proxy hunting allowed. It's a public proposal. The department is opposed because currently there are numerous opportunities to harvest bulls during these dates, and the definition for a legal bull is not identified. Thank you.
Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thanks. Maybe this would be for enforcement, maybe for the department. So once you obtain one of these permanent IDs, and let's say you leave and you come back up here, is there any checkup to say that, you know, hey, I've been gone for 5 years, and are those IDs good forever? Do you have to get them reissued or what?
They are a permanent issued license. You're supposed to maintain your residency, and if somebody questions it and you don't have residency, then of course you would be in violation of law. So it's issued permanently, but it's under the assumption that you remain a resident, that it's valid.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's also a little bit of a disjunct where the PID is referenced in this proposal. Those are available to Alaska residents at ages 60, and not, you don't have to be 65. So there'd be a difference there. The other thing I wanted to point out is that there are multiple opportunities to proxy hunt for moose hunts across the state. There are some limitations, but there's a lot of opportunity. And finally, I believe the Department of Law has a comment on this proposal.
Yeah, Cheryl?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Yes, I did include a legal note on Proposal 200. There is no statutory authority to distinguish between hunters based on age for this purpose. There are certain specific statutes that do take into consideration age. We also have to consider the federal law that says that you can distinguish based on age if it's for a statutory purpose, or, and I'm just going to read this, the differentiation made by such action is based upon reasonable factors other than age, which means we're going to need a lot of talking by this board to be able to justify this if it's going to be legally upheld. Thank you.
Go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that was my first question was, are we dealing with an age, some sort of age discrimination here by trying to pass this thing? But, yeah, I don't intend to support this proposal. Like I said, I think there's plenty of opportunities in the permanent ID. Yeah, I mean, getting to 60, there's a lot of 60, 70-year-olds that do a lot of moose hunting, and they don't need a special season to do it, so. Oh, and just for the record, I am not 65 even though I look it, so.
Okay. That said, did we have a comment down at the end of the table?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. George Papasolis. Yes, the Federal Subsistence Management Program doesn't prioritize by age, but they do have elder youth hunts in some areas to transfer knowledge from the elders to the youth. Just new information I haven't seen in this process yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you. And I think the only age-restricted hunts we have are youth hunts, correct, and statute, and Alaska statute?
Yes, there's a specific statutory authority to allow the youth hunts, and then there's also the age limit in the proxy hunts that's already been discussed. That's in statute.
Okay, that said, what is the?
Call the question.
Okay, the question's been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Final action on proposal 200. Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
I'm not voting.
Oh, you,
Unless the board asks me to.
okay, so Chairman
will
Burnett
abstain.
abstain. Okay, the proposal fails 0-6.
Okay, that concludes our region-wide and multiple unit sections. So at this time, we're going to take a little break and perhaps move on to Cordova if it's ready. Call the meeting back to order. It's 4:22 PM. And we're going to hear the Cordova area overview, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joining me at the table is Charlotte Westing. Charlotte is our area biologist for Unit 6, which includes Prince William Sound and Unit 6A through 6D.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. As Cindy mentioned, my name is Charlotte Westing. I'm the area biologist in Cordova, and I'm just coming up on my 20-year anniversary as a biologist with the department. But the last 10 years, I've had the pleasure of working and living in Cordova. I'm assisted in the Cordova office on the wildlife side by Samantha Stevenson-Render, and she's a tremendous help to me. Unit 6 includes Prince William Sound. It starts all the way over at Cape Fairfield, but it includes the Copper River Delta, the Bering River, and the Gulf Coast of Alaska, all the way east to Icy Bay. Much of this unit is big mountains, glaciers, and highly productive coastal areas, and it's an amazing place to live and work. You'll find my presentation in your materials in RC4 tab 3.1. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about the people that live in Unit 6. There are about 6,800 year-round residents of Prince William Sound, and 60% of those live in Valdez. 34% live in Cordova and are my neighbors. The remainder live in the small communities of Tititlik, Chiniga Bay, and Whittier. And all of these communities have a very massive increase in the summer, with their populations at least doubling during that time. The economy of Unit 6 is also pretty diverse. We have a lot of tourism, with Whittier being the gateway to Prince William Sound, and over $7 million spent each year on wildlife viewing and hunting. But also commercial fisheries, aquaculture, mariculture, guiding, mining, and a limited amount of logging. The land ownership in Unit 6 is also diverse, with Chugach National Forest, the U.S. Forest Service, making up a significant portion of land. They're a research cooperator on deer, black bear, goats. They contribute financially to much of the work that we do, and also moose surveys in Unit 6C. There's a little bit of Park Service land in the northeastern portion of Unit 6. The purple that you see on this map denotes the Copper River Critical Habitat Area and Yakataga State Game Refuges. And BLM owns large amounts of land, primarily near the Bering Glacier and also near Valdez. The largest private landowners are Chugach Alaska Corporation, Chiniga, Tititlik, and Eyak villages. And then there's also some state land, including university and mental health trust land. So the first species that I'd like to talk with you about is Sitka black-tailed deer. The species is introduced in Unit 6, and as a result, we're at the northernmost extent of their range. And this population is very vulnerable to wild populations or wild fluctuations in the population in response to extreme weather events. So we get big snow events, we have a lot of winter kill, then we have mild winters, the population builds back. We monitor these changes in the population using deer pellet transects, and we've been doing that since the late 1990s. We know that they're a very coarse metric of deer abundance, but they do give us a way to numerically explain what experienced hunters and users in the area can observe with the naked eye. So basically they help us document and explain big crashes and basically when the population looks to have rebounded. The way these work is the little stars that you see on the map in yellow are the locations where we have these existing transects. So we start at the same transect, tree, or GPS point every year, and we hike on the same compass bearing every year. We go from coast to alpine, and we're looking for within a meter of the transect line, we're looking for piles of deer pellets. And we're assuming that the number of deer pellets we see probably loosely correlates with the number of deer on the landscape. And so you can see with the darker colors of purple on that map, where the highest mean pellet groups per plot, that's the metric that we explain those deer pellet indices with, where the darker colors denote higher deer pellet densities. So There are more deer on Hawkins and Hinchinbrook and Montague, the 3 largest islands in Prince William Sound, where that old growth habitat is more intact and milder winters are experienced. Lower densities are found on Night Island and Naked Island, where there's less of that good habitat, the drainages are small, it's more precipitous terrain, and the weather comes more as snow than rain. This graphic here gives you what the mean pellet groups per plot has looked like over time. So you can see that we had a population that built to a moderate to high level in Prince William Sound, but then we had a 100-year weather event in RY11, and we estimated a 50 to 70% drop. You don't see that in the first year, shown as 2012 on the map, because those winter deposit pellets until they die, and then they die and they're really gone. So we saw the magnitude of that decline. There's always a 1-year lag for that. You can see that after 2013, the population looked to build and to do so pretty quickly. And since then, it appears to have stabilized at pre-crash levels. This last winter, we had early snow, which led to really high harvest in the fall. It concentrates deer on the beach, and they're pretty conspicuous for hunters. But then it rained after January, and I don't know that the winter kill was very substantial. We have 2 proposals that are related to deer in Prince William Sound. The next species I'd like to talk with you about is moose. Moose were also introduced to the Copper River Delta between 1949 and 1958. They weren't there naturally because of barriers to migration, mainly glaciers that were precluding them from traveling down the Copper River. But now we have, after the '64 earthquake, that habitat became even more favorable for moose, and we've had a population that grew and expanded, and so we have a variety of different hunt opportunities that I've shown here. There's a negative customary and traditional finding for moose in Unit 6, and that has a big part in the hunt structure that we have. We do estimates of these moose populations using geospatial population estimator, and then we validate those with other metrics, such as fall composition hunts, twinning surveys, and other habitat metrics. So there are 5 hunt areas. I'll explain them from west to east, shown here on the map. In the green, we have general season harvest ticket areas, and in 6D, it's any bull, it's a short season, we have an average of 5 taken. But in Unit 6C, most of that hunt, we refer to that as the West Copper Delta, most of that is administered by the U.S. Forest Service in a federal hunt for federally qualified subsistence users. They take 100% of the cows in that area and 75% of the bulls. The state administers a drawing for the remaining 25%. That population was within its objectives of 600 to 800 moose when last surveyed in RY17, and I did recently complete a survey of this area that is being finalized. We take about 40 bulls and 30 cows from this area. Unit 6B, we also refer to as the Martin River. It's shown here in pink on the map. It's a registration hunt for any bull. The last population estimate was 420 moose. The objective is 300 to 350. I also recently surveyed this area. And we take up to 33 moose in that hunt. Then in Unit 6A West, this is also a registration hunt. There was a non-resident drawing in that area, which we're taking a break from right now because the last survey showed we were below objectives at 204 moose. That was done in 2020. And the objectives between 300 and 350. We take up to 15 in this area. And then finally, all the way to the east, we have a harvest ticket hunt. It's antler restricted, and that area has only been surveyed twice. And so it's hard to say what its population trend is, but it fell within its objectives of between 300 and 350 moose. We take less than 20 in that area. There's one proposal affecting moose hunting in Unit 6. It's a proposal to reestablish the antlerless moose hunt, which fell off the books during the pandemic. It had to be reauthorized every year. Our advisory committee did not meet during that time, and as a result, that hunt went away. So it's just looking to reestablish the capability to have an antlerless moose hunt in that area. Next, I'd like to talk about mountain goats. We monitor our mountain goats using aerial surveys. We do them every 3 to 5 years. We fly these aerial surveys. We do that between mid-July and September. We have 17 areas that we monitor, 15 that have active hunts in them. We manage for a maximum allowable harvest using goat points, as Jeff described, with a billy counting as 1 and nanny counting as 2. And we've had high counts in all these areas in the last 10 years that I've been surveying them. We've been having very high counts, and that's really good to see. Our harvest rates are between 3 and 5%, depending on the amount of nanny harvest that we have in that area and some other considerations that dictate whether or not how difficult they are to keep within objectives of harvest. There is mandatory goat orientation. We are those 4 hunts that Jeff described that use goat hunter education. We do that with discretionary permit authority. So we use the goat hunter orientation and quiz and have found that to be helpful to us. But we only use those in our road system areas. Nanny harvest, and then there's also a nanny regulation in Unit 6, where if you shoot a nanny, you cannot hunt in Unit 6 for 5 years. And that's been in place since 2015. And there is 1 goat proposal for your consideration. Now I'd just like to show you a graphic that just shows the mountain goat densities across the entire area. And you can see with the darker colors, those are areas that have higher mountain goat densities. Lighter colors are the lower mountain goat densities. And that just gives you a general idea of how goats are distributed. Now I'll tell you a little bit about brown bears in my area. There are regulations specific to units 6A, B, and C. So in those areas, we have a 1 bear every regulatory year opportunity. But in 6D, which is Prince William Sound, it's 1 bear every 4 years. And then on Montague Island, we have a special registration permit there. All these hunts are managed just by monitoring the harvest, and we have 1 brown bear proposal for you to consider. This next graphic shows you what our harvest looks like and how that's distributed between the subunits. And you can see that Unit 6A and Unit 6D get the majority of our harvest, and that's where a lot of our guided users spend their time, but they're also very popular. 6D is also very popular with resident hunters. And now I'll tell you a little bit about black bears. The Board of Game has taken an interest in black bears in Unit 6D for some time. And so even though there aren't black bear proposals, I'll just give you a quick update. Our harvest tripled between regulatory year 98 and regulatory year 07. And that was in response most likely to the opening of the Whittier Tunnel to light vehicle traffic. Then it steadily declined after RY 07. And at the same time, we had a dramatically increasing harvest of females. It was over 40% for 3 years. And success rates were declining. And there was widespread public concern from diverse parties about what was going on. And I'll show you this graphic here that just shows you what that looked like. But there's good news. And this graphic shows you, I should go back and explain this a little bit. The total height of the bar is the total harvest. So you can see that increase I described between 1998 and RY 07. The dark blue are males, the light blue are females, and that green line is the percent take of females. So on this next chart, this is our success rate. So the purple bars are your number of permits issued, the orange are the bears killed, and then that blue line is the percent success rate. And so you can see that it got pretty bad. You know, we were at success rates about 50% in RY 09 through RY 11, then it went down to 15% for a period of time, and now we're back up at about 40%. So increasing success too close to those historic levels. We can only go back to 09 because that's when harvest tickets came into place. Now I'll update that harvest graphic, and there are signs of improvement there too. So you can see that that green line showing us our percent take of females, that stayed low. And the harvest is increasing, but because the percent take of females is staying low, that's all maybe just a good sign. I had a 50% increase in harvest from RY 19 to RY 20, which was a little bit concerning. I was wondering if we were about to see another one of these big spikes, but it leveled off the following year. So that's just something we're keeping an eye on. Wolves in the area, we don't kill that many. In the 5-year period I present here between RY 17 and 21, 25 wolves were taken, so that's 5 wolves a year, and the bulk of those are taken in February. And this is just a list of the other species that exist in Unit 6 and that are interesting and fun to monitor and think about, although most of them we don't monitor very much. There are a couple special projects, including working with dusky Canada geese. I assist the waterfowl program when they come out and do their banding, neck banding and leg banding efforts. Also probably go out to Middleton Island this year. And then this year I had the pleasure of helping the Alaska Department of Fish and Game Threatened and Endangered Diversity Program in launching a red knot study. So red knots are a shorebird that's experiencing a widespread decline, and we started a study to estimate their abundance and document critical habitat areas. And it was a great way for me to explore portions of my unit that I don't get to and do it on a fat tire bike. There's a lot of outreach that gets done as an area biologist, including community presentations, research updates, including updates on our black bear research project in Prince William Sound, school outreach, including hunter education, guest lectures, preschool activities. My husband's a high school and middle school science teacher, so I end up in his classroom quite a bit anytime someone brings something cool into my office. And I also end up doing bear awareness with 2 small children in the school. I am in their classes regularly. I do about any science topic, but bear awareness. Also do public service announcements, articles for our local newspaper, and then we administer an electric fence program. So I'm excited to take your questions at this time.
Questions from board members on the Cordova area? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Charlotte. I had to look, remember. Slide number 7 with your deer, or your moose, was a pretty interesting slide to me. So when you talk about harvest and it says up to, is that the actual harvest or is that what you're allowing for harvest?
On the up to, that was referring to the most recent maximum allowable harvest.
So
And when I don't present up to, that was the average.
So in Unit 6B, where it's a registration, any bull, and you have 420 bulls with a harvest or a population objective of 300 to 350, you're only allowing, less than 10% of your population to be harvested? Are you wanting, how much more are you wanting it to grow?
Through the chair, sorry for not acknowledging that before. So the Martin River Hunt area has actually not met its objectives since the late 90s. And this survey that I got in 2019 was the first time that we were even close to being within objectives, and we actually looked like we were over it. I didn't want to get too excited, and so I treated that population as if it were 350. And it looks like that was probably a wise thing to do. The estimate that I had pretty wide confidence intervals. This last estimate that I got has quite a bit tighter confidence intervals and has that population slightly below objectives. Again, it's not quite finalized yet, but that's looking like where that's going to be. And so I think it was prudent to not get too excited the first time we hit that in 20 years. And I'm going to keep an eye on it. I gradually increased that quota. I'm trying to make measured changes with how I do things instead of wildly fluctuating.
Thank you for that update, because, that was year 17, so I was thinking that population was even growing more. And then on any bull in 6D, only has an average harvest of 5. Is that just due to logistics or no participation in that for some reason?
So through the chair, that area is all around Valdez. The only part of 6D that has moose in any measurable amount is right near Valdez, and it's right near Thompson Pass. So those moose I wouldn't really even consider them to be residents of Unit 60. They just happen to be there at that time. And lately, we've been having more bulls hanging out and spending the winter there. But Valdez gets some pretty epic snow levels, and that's usually more of a limitation for them. So that's the predominant reason why there isn't much bull take despite a lot of interest, and it's been more recently than 20 years ago.
Great, thank you. That answers my questions.
Go ahead, Stash.
Thank you, Charlotte, for that. On slide 8 for your mountain goats, how are you doing with your nanny harvests that been in place since 2015?
Yeah, Member Hoffman, through the chair. We always have some level of nanny harvest, and there's a variety of different reasons why that happens. But I do feel like the thing about these nanny provisions is there are a lot of one and done hunters, as we've mentioned that before. There aren't a ton of people that want to hunt a mountain goat every year, but there are quite a few that would do it one time. And so those nanny provisions don't really address that audience. And that's why we go through this process of the mandatory hunter education for goats, is just to really try to give them every opportunity to understand what they're getting into, and also to understand that just because a nanny is legal doesn't mean we're perfectly fine with you taking one. It just means that we don't want to make you a criminal for taking one. And so I do think it has brought the nanny harvest down, and part of why the advisory committee put that proposal in was in response to some habitual offenders, people that were taking nannies year after year and removing hunt opportunities from others. It has most certainly eliminated that. So it achieved what the advisory committee was looking for when they put that into place.
So it's very low harvest, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's pretty low. Yeah.
Commissioner.
Yeah, Charlotte, I got a question for you. So deer were introduced into Prince William Sound. They're on 5 islands, best I could tell by your map. Why have they not gone on the mainland, or what's keeping them from going on the mainland and going to other islands?
Through the chair. Those locations are not any expression of the abundance or distribution of deer. Okay. Those are just the islands that we monitor and that we come up with an index for. So deer are absolutely on the mainland, and their take, I was just explaining to someone over the break, the take in the northern and western Sound last year with the heavy snow that we had early on, it was actually pretty high. I think a lot of deer, the take was down on Montague because I think people didn't have to go all the way to Montague before they encountered deer and harvested what they wanted. So that's the nature of this population, is when the population's high, they're going to overflow into more areas, and their numbers are going to go up in areas that are normally more inhospitable for them. And then when we have a big winter, that retracts, and they end up more concentrated in areas that are better habitat for them until they can grow and disperse into those areas again. So we always have this fluctuation.
But they're present on the mainland, pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Additional questions? I have another question on the deer, and how well do deer and moose coexist in an area like this? So they use the same habitat, same food, different food? How does one population affect the other?
Mr. Chair, I'm not a great person to ask about that, because everywhere in my unit that I have deer, I don't have moose, and everywhere I have moose, I don't have deer for the most part. So, but that's certainly not the case everywhere. It just happens to be the case where I am. So maybe someone else would like to answer that question.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, any additional questions for Cordova area overview? Or if not, we can move on to the proposals for the area.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 59 change the RG 231 to an archery-only hunt for goat in Unit 6 for certified bow hunters.
And go ahead, Lynn.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. We'll give you a couple of minutes to get your slides up, but we're ready whenever you are.
Okay, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Are we ready? We're ready, okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do I need some,
We've moved.
oh, it's already on.
Proposal
Okay,
59,
I was,
and we're-
sorry.
We're ready.
Proposal 59, it seeks to modify RG 231 to create an archery-only hunt starting September 22nd for goat in Unit 6C for certified bow hunters. You can find the slides that correspond with these proposals in RC4 tab 3.2. So I'll describe our current seasons for mountain goat. In Unit 6C and 6D, it's defined in regulation as September 15th through January 31. In practice, these road system hunts use an October 1st start date, and that's using discretionary permit authority. That nanny provision I described to you is in place. There's a positive customary and traditional finding for goats in this area, and an amount necessary for subsistence of 15 to 26 goats. They're managed using goat points, which, as I described, is 1 point for a billy, 2 points for a nanny. This map is a map of the hunt area. So to give you some information about that hunt specifically, it's occurred in 20 of the last 24 years. That season length is about 60 days. When we reach that maximum allowable harvest, I use an emergency order closure, and we've done that in 3 of the last 5 years. Participation, we issue an unlimited number of permits, but we have an average of about 10 hunters per year. And the number of goat points available is an average of 7. The harvest is an average of 5 goats or 6 goat points, depending on how you want to look at that. The population, I've been able to pretty regularly survey in the time that I've been there. You can see that it's high or stable relative to other years. Mountain goats are the only native ungulate in Unit 6D, so there's a long history of subsistence use. As I described before, we monitor this population with minimum count aerial surveys, and we do that every 1 to 3 years. So for hunter information, it's a very popular hunt for its ease of access and affordability. So just below this purple line, which is the Copper River Highway, is the airport. So just about in the middle of that purple line, I used to have an indicator on here, but it got taken off. There's the airport. And so the point of that was to show you that you can fly into Cordova with your mileage ticket, you can rent a car, and you can be in the hunt area in no time. The green lines that you see are trails. And this RG 231 is very popular it has a nice access trail, and it's very popular for that. Nearly all the hunters that participate in this hunt are residents, and that's because there's no authorized guided use by the Forest Service in this area. So in order to participate as a non-resident, you'd have to do that with a secondary of kindred guide. And there's been no reported archery harvest since this hunt's inception. So just in summary, this proposal 59 is seeking to create an archery-only hunt starting September 22nd for goats in Unit 6C.
Board discussion? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not inclined to support this proposal. It looks like, on the average of 10 people per year are participating. I think there's plenty of room, and there's no crowding or competition issue in that large of an area there. So That'll be my comments for this one.
Yeah, so additional board discussion, go ahead, James.
Yeah, just in an effort to continue to build the record, it looks like you got 3 ACs that were opposed and 1 that supported.
Stash?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting it. They can hunt with a bow now if they want, and I'm not going to support this. And also, we heard a lot of testimony throughout the meeting about people not wanting specialized hunts.
Right. Any additional discussion? You know, looks like 60 days with 10 hunters. There should be opportunity to hunt alone, and no one's done it with archery to this point, or at least been successful. So, anything else? If not, we may be ready for the question.
Call the question.
The board has heard no concern from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 59. Mr. Cooney?
No.
Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keough?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
The proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 60, create an archery-only deer hunt in Unit 6 for residents and non-resident certified bow hunters only.
Second.
Proposal 60's been moved and seconded. Department comments?
So we have 2 proposals that are addressing deer. I'm going to give you some of the background for both of them and then specific background related to each proposal when it's time to talk about them. So the current season for black-tailed deer in Unit 6 is August 1st to December 31st. Only bucks can be taken before October 1. The resident bag limit is 5 deer. The non-resident bag limit is 4 deer. There's a positive, customary, and traditional finding and an amount necessary for subsistence of between 1,000 and 1,250 deer. I'll give you some population information. This is the graphic that you saw from before with the mean pellet groups per plot. Sitka black-tailed deer were introduced in Unit 6 between 1916 and 1923. They're preliminarily limited by snow depth and duration, so there's very little predation on these animals. And peak rutting behavior occurs in November in most years. For some hunt information, this population can wildly fluctuate. We have severe winters, and during those severe winters, those can lead to high harvest and high winter kill. Conversely, we can have really mild winters, and in those years, we know the harvest is low, and the winter kill is also probably low. Our average harvest between regulatory year 12 and 21 was approximately 1,900 deer, but that harvest ranges wildly, and that's in correspondence to whether or not we had mild or severe winters. So for example, in RY 12, we had a harvest of 600 deer. That was following that large decline from a 100-year weather event. And then in RY 16, we had nearly 3,000 deer taken. Buck harvest is usually between 57 and 81% with an average of 66%. And we do have emergency order authority, which I have generally only used to try to build back the population faster after a severe weather event. So this proposal, the archery only proposal for, archery only proposal is Proposal 60. It seeks to create this archery only deer hunt for certified bow hunters from November 1 to November 15th. So this would require closing the firearm season to accommodate this archery hunt and then reopening it for the duration of the season. The department's neutral on allocation, but opposes lost opportunity for hunters using firearms. This is a public proposal. I'll give you some numbers on the hunt chronology. So in most years, the most popular month to hunt is in November. The percent of the harvest that's made up by each month is shown here in the graph. So you can see it's between 24% and 38% in November. Some years we get a little more in December, some years a little more in October, but most of the time November. Now I'll give you some hunter information. About 1,400 hunters pursue deer in Unit 6 each year. About 90% of them are residents of Alaska. Statewide, archery accounts for 1 to 3% of the harvest annually, and in Unit 6, we estimate the harvest by bow hunters is less than 1%. So for Proposal 60, to create an archery hunt for certified bow hunters only during November 1 to November 15th, it would require closing the firearm season, accommodate the archery hunt, and then reopening it during the duration of the season.
Thank you. A quick question. Deer are spread out over a fairly large area in this area, as I understand from, and so are there places where people can hunt with specialized weapons without being in conflict with other hunters?
Mr. Chair, I would say that Prince William Sound is vast, and it's not very hard to get away from people as long as you're comfortable getting away from port. The closer you are to port, the higher the density of people that you're likely to encounter. But there's certainly nooks and crannies. There's certainly times to get out there that there aren't other people.
Okay, thank you. Al?
I'm just going to start out with a question, Charlotte. Unless I missed it, I didn't catch it. What's an average deer population down there?
Member Barrett, through the chair, that's anybody's guess. It's never been estimated. Some people have thrown out some wild numbers. We have, it's an IM species, so we have some numbers on the book, but we really don't know how many deer are in Prince William Sound, and your guess is as good as mine.
Ryan?
Through the chair, Member Barrett, as you heard extensively down in Southeast, we can't count them like we can with other species, and same thing here, heavily forested. We are currently in the process of looking at new techniques to enumerate them, camera traps, things like that. The deer pellet transects, are used as an index, not a direct population indication.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Ruth?
Yes, when is the rut?
Through the chair, the rut can vary from year to year, but most people consider it to be in this first 2 weeks of November is the most popular time and when they're most responsive to calls and most active.
Thank you very much.
Additional discussion, Lynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't intend to support this proposal. First, there's plenty of opportunities to hunt whichever method you choose to use, and it makes absolutely no sense to me to close the season down to rifles for 2 weeks. Of course, it correlates directly with the rut the first 2 weeks of November there, so I don't intend to support it at this time.
Jake?
Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with Lynn on this one. It carves out a big chunk of time during a time that a lot of people are using the, this or attempting to take this particular resource, and then, with the stipulations on weather and stuff, sometimes that a 2 week window might be the only opportunity somebody has to get out to hunt. I'm not going to support it.
Okay, and any additional discussion?
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Final action on Proposal 60. Mr. Barrett?
No.
Mr. Keo?
No.
Ms. Cusack?
No.
Mr. Fletcher?
No.
Chairman Burnett?
No.
Mr. Hoffman?
No.
Mr. Cooney?
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Mr. Chair, I move to adopt Proposal 61, lower the resident and non-resident general season bag limit for deer in Unit 6.
Second.
Proposal 61's been moved and seconded. Would like to hear the department response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 61 seeks to reduce the bag limit for deer in Unit 6. It would change the resident hunter bag limit from 5 deer to 3 deer, and the non-resident bag limit from 4 deer to 2 deer. The department is opposed to this proposal. A bag limit reduction would not have a meaningful biological impact, but would unnecessarily reduce harvest by resident hunters. This is a public proposal. Give you a little background on hunter information. As I described before, we have about 1,400 hunters pursuing deer in Unit 6 each year. Over 90% of those are residents of Alaska. This graphic just breaks that down further. So the blue bars show you Unit 6 residents. The red bars show you non-local Alaska residents, and the green, which in some years is very difficult to see, are the non-resident contribution. So this graphic shows the bag limit change, this graphic shows you deer per hunter by residency. So with the green, again, being Unit 6 residents, the red being the non-local Alaska residents, and the green being non-residents. And so you can see that if you remember that deer pellet transect graphic with mean groups per plot, you can see that build that we've talked about since RY12. After the population crash, we've had a correlating increase both in probably the abundance of the population and then also in the number of deer per hunter by residency. And the other thing that impacts that, in addition to just population growth, are big winters. So you can see this last winter in RY21, the furthest one on the right, that spiked up a bit, particularly with the blue bar, and that's just in response to deer being concentrated on the beach by a big weather event. The early snow tends to concentrate them. The next graphic here, it shows you just 2 different years. 2012 was a year with very low harvest, so you can see that a lot of hunters killed either 0 or 1 deer, but you can see in 2022 that you had far more people, especially with the blue bars, taking 5 deer than any other bag limit type. And the Alaska hunters, which are shown in red, that aren't from Unit 6, same deal, far more people taking 5 deer or 3 deer than in other years when they're more likely to take 1 or 2. So in all years, we have very few non-residents taking their 4 deer. Most of the time, it's 1 or 2 animals. If we went to a 2 deer bag limit for non-residents, it would have only resulted, the 5-year average would have been 2 fewer deer taken per year, is what that would have saved you. Unit 6 residents are most likely to fill the whole bag limit, but they only represent 38% of the harvest. And if you change the resident bag limit from 5 deer to 3 deer, it would save about 171 deer per year. So that's the average. Obviously, it would save more deer in a big winter year than in a mild winter year, but that average is 171 deer per year would be saved by that bag limit change. So just in summary, Proposal 61, it seeks to change the bag limit for resident hunters from 5 to 3, for non-resident hunters from 4 to 2. The department is opposed.
Discussion from board members. Looks like, to me, like harvest is not the limiting factor for deer here. It's weather, and we don't know how many deer, but we know that there's still deer after the harvest. So Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I see the harvest is, slightly increased, but that seems like it's due to what they call residents and non-local residents. And so I'm comfortable with not supporting this proposal. I don't think there's a conservation concern.
Lynn, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I don't intend to support this. And the non-resident portion, this is insignificant in their overall harvest. So, if I thought it was something a little more significant, we might amend this thing just to include that. But I just don't think this proposal is necessary at this time.
James, did you look at how the ACs voted on this?
I did. And you've got 5 ACs in opposition of this, just to continue to build the record, along with the department.
Okay, with that, any additional, go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I just note that you do have an ANS for deer, and if you're reducing the resident bag limit, if you're going to do that, you probably should ask whether that represents reasonable opportunity in reducing the bag limit.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I did look at that, and I just didn't seem that was, I thought that was being met, the ANS was being met, and that's why I asked what the population was doing, because, you know, I try to correlate what the goal is for the population and the ANS, and see how they correlate, and the amount of hunters participating and how long the reasonable opportunity. So, you know, with 60 days of hunting season, there's long opportunity, reasonable opportunity, and their needs appear to be being met. So, thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, any additional discussion? If not, we might be ready for the question.
Call the question.
Question has been called.
The board has heard no concerns from the public regarding cost to private persons if this regulation is adopted.
Christie, would you poll the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, final action on Proposal 61. Mr. Keough.
No.
Ms. Cusack.
No.
Mr. Fletcher.
No.
Chairman Burnett.
No.
Mr. Hoffman.
No.
Mr. Cooney.
No.
Mr. Brett.
No.
That proposal fails 0-7.
Thank you. And at this time, I think we're going to recess for the day and be here at 8:30 in the morning. As long as this biologist is planning to be here tomorrow morning, so we're good. Thank you for your work, and thank the board and staff for putting up with us all day on a Sunday. Thank you. We're in recess.